Okay, now it should be. Yeah. Hey, now we're live on YouTube too. Fortunately, all I did was talk so far and toast some nuts. Cool. Well, there we go. Thanks for asking. I definitely intended to be live there. I'm generally for folks, I'm generally using YouTube as like an archive at this point because like Twitch doesn't like it when you keep VODs too long. So even before they made that announcement, I started using YouTube to just stream to, so that it's just like, hey, now it's there. And you can watch it there if you want while it's live. Feel free. You can also watch it there without ads. So, if that's your thing. And it is okay. Just had to check the other thing that I usually check. There we go. All right, can confirm. Thanks. I appreciate the confirmation. Watch time will make ads appear, so anyone watching can make money eventually. Yeah. Well, the other thing too, and just like kind of a naked ask for subscriptions there. If you lurk on YouTube, it helps to get that channel to a monetization status faster, just like on Twitch. But like, I'm not hosting anything there that's not this stream yet. I will be, but I am not current. Awesome. Darling, you can see it now. Great. Good. Thank you. I'm glad it's working. Yeah, and for folks who are, just like being honest about it, there's a few folks that do watch it on YouTube specifically. I don't know if they are from Twitch also or not, but the number is there. Anyway, let's make a pistachio nut tart. Perfect. For the pastry, flour in a bowl, stir together the flour and granulated sugar. So let's just like make the ingredient. Let's like get because I need to cut up the pecans, pistachios, coarsely chopped for the filling. So let's get our coarsely chopped pistachios together. And then I need whole pistachios for the topping. So that's easy enough. We're gonna do both of those things. All right, my pistachio tray. Okay, that's 75 grams of pistachios for the topping. And I need 105 grams for the filling. 110, close enough. Let's chop these. I know I'm going to need to chop more for the baklava, but we're just going to get the tart done first. I'm not going to try to combine all of my things and then like do that. I'm just going to do like one at a time because they're all pretty straightforward. All right. I wonder if the bakery is on Renos. I always loved baklava. For a long time, I just never ate it because it was always like undetermined. I thought initially that baklava was just a single kind of nut, that it was just like, this is, you know, I guess I don't know what I thought it was. I think I thought it was pistachios, which, like, you know, I obviously could have eaten, but I didn't. And I avoided it for a long time because I didn't know that there was like walnut baklava or pecan. Almond I also can't eat. Apparently you can make it with almonds too, but I that would also be unacceptable to my continued existence. So I avoided it forever. But I think as an adult I realized, or like, you know, you have an interest in food and eating, eventually you're going to hear the words like walnut baklava, or you're going to say no thank you when someone offers it to you, and they're going to say like, oh, I thought you could eat walnuts, or something like that. And then you're going to be like, what? So I do love baklava, and I've never made it, but I've always had walnut baklava. Today, that changes. How coarse is not coarse enough? Coarse chopped nuts is a direction that I also struggle with. And not that I struggle to be like, am I done? Is this one done? Did I chop that single nut here on the cutting board enough? Is it going to hurt someone's teeth if I don't chop it too much? No. No, it's not. Truly, it isn't. Right. These look great. So Mix, you have to travel a little farther to get your baklava if you're not making it yourself. It's good though. I think baklava is one of the I love it as a snack, and when you see it out somewhere, it's like you can always buy it because it really takes so long to go bad. Like it doesn't it doesn't go bad very quickly. So I like, if you see it and you're like, that's good, but I don't really want anything right now, you can buy it and eat it like days later and it'll be fine. It might be like slightly drier, but it's maybe even chewier, which is great. All right, so we have our chopped pistachios. I need to chop 4 tablespoons of cold unsalted butter. Eat me a lot of peaches. Peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory downtown. In a bowl, this bowl, we're going to stir together the flour and granulated sugar. How much flour? 165 grams. More than that. More than that. More than that. Less than that. Great. 165. 50 grams of granulated sugar. Seven, 48, 49, 50. 50 grams of granulated sugar. In the bowl, stir together the flour and granulated sugar. Okay. Also wants me to add the egg in here. So I'm going to crack the egg, an egg, and a tablespoon of water. It says the tablespoon of water is an interesting one. I'm curious, like, what that's doing in here. If it's like, hey, maybe the egg, I don't know. I'm curious what the liquid is. I'm guessing it's just adding moisture that the egg is not adding. I don't know. Boris, welcome in. Let me wash my hands. I'm about to like cut butter and actually, hold on. Let's crack the egg first. Then I'll wash my hands. And do I need to stir this egg? I think I do. All right, a tablespoon of water is 15 milliliters, which is 15 grams. Who's next? There you go. You got it. You got it. Yeah, I mean, love the Crocs. They're super comfortable. Scatter the butter over the flour mixture. Working the butter, add the egg and 1 tablespoon of water. 1 egg, lightly beaten, and 1 tablespoon of water. Okay, so 15 grams of water. That's 15 milliliters, because a gram is a milliliter. You can take that conversion to the bank, and they will be like, why are you talking to me about cooking? Sir, this is a bank. Please get out of here with your raw egg. 15 milliliters of water. Lightly beaten. Broccoli says the water foams the egg white and is lighter than milk. The more you know. I really want... I need to find that as an animation that I can add as a overlay on stream. I've wanted it for more than a year, and I think about it all the time, and I just haven't. And then I don't, and then it's not there. Mick says it also prevents overmuch protein formation, so it works more as a coating than becoming a meringue. Okay. Always added water to the eggs. I've never added water to my omelets. I always add milk. Interesting. I'm gonna try it now. Cold unsalted butter cut into 1/2 inch chunks, which is like, we're making a crust here, so 1/2 inch chunks. I got it. Basically thirds. And then we just cut that at different sections of the knife so that it's just all stuck to my knife now, and I can scatter it easily over the flour. Scatter the butter over the flour mixture, and using your fingers or a pastry blender, work in the butter until the mixture is crumbly and the consistency of coarse crumbs. I don't know if I like that note. Until it's crumbly and the consistency of coarse crumbs. Let's see, like coarse oatmeal. Maybe another food. Another food analogy might work better there. I don't know. I think it's good. Well, it says sometimes add water and think it does make them more fluffy. It allows the foam, but not the coagulation. It does. That does make sense. Okay, let's get this butter in. And I'm just going to do this with my hands. Scatter the butter using your fingers or a pastry blender. Work in the butter until the mixture is crumbly and the consistency of coarse crumbs. Add the egg and 1 tablespoon water and stir and toss just until evenly moistened. Gather the dough into a tight ball. Streusel-esque. Yeah, I mean this is the crust. This is all that's in it. Flour, sugar, butter, egg. That's it. So this has to be the consistency that you could spread out in a pan and have it be liquid proof. I was gonna say waterproof, but like it's not really waterproof. What's going in here is like a thick syrup. So it's pecan pie. It needs to hold pecan pie filling effectively. That's the consistency that we're looking for. So I'm just kind of working this in. It's dry. I mean, it says the butter is crumbly and coarse crumbs. So yeah, I mean, we're getting there. There's still some like large chunks of butter, but I'm going to add liquid to this. And once I add liquid, it's really just going to come all together. So I'm just making sure right now that I don't have too many like huge chunks of butter, that they're worked in effectively. And if I press this in my hand, like I can get this to start to look like a pie crust. It's still, I mean, there's no liquid, so it's really just the butter holding everything together. But isn't it usually isn't butter holding us all together in some way? All right, this looks good. I would say this is the consistency of coarse crumbs. I say that, and then I find every time I look down, there's like a large chunk right there. The fat needs to be pea-sized, Broccoli says, before forming it into a ball for pie crust. That tracks. I feel like I often do this in the food processor. The pie crust that I make is in the food processor. But yeah, this is coarse crumbs. You know what this looks like? Here's what I would say. I would say Parmesan cheese. This looks like store-bought Parmesan cheese. That is what I would equate this texture to right now. It looks like it, and it feels like it. Yeah, I mean, I would know the difference if I squeezed it and this held together. But like just doing this with my hands, no difference. The cheese powder, exactly, without the sawdust. Without the sawdust. Oh look, here's the egg I got out for this recipe that I didn't use, just sitting here on my stand. That's great. Add the egg and 1 tablespoon water and stir and toss until just evenly moistened. Okay, so next step, add the egg, water, stir and toss until just evenly moistened. Just evenly moistened, it says. So I want no dry spots, but I'm not gonna overwork this either. I like the color of this. It's just very, it looks pie crusty. It's a light colored crust, not a dark colored crust. All right. Until evenly moistened, I would say we're almost there. I have some like dry spots in the bottom, but I think that'll be fine once I start kind of gathering this into a ball. Like it said, gather the dough into a tight ball. I'm also just doing this with one hand. I'm trying to keep one hand clean, so I have like a working hand and a clean hand. But now I need to scrape my fingers and get this into a final shape, so forget that. All right. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch tart pan with a removable bottom. Using your fingers, press it firmly and evenly over the bottom and up the sides of the pan until flush with the rim. Who's noticed this? All that stuff sticking to my fingers would make me cry. I hate it. I understand that. I really do. The sort of textural feeling of like having something stuck like that is not, I don't like it either. I always know when pasta dough is done, when I'm kneading it, or not done, but when it's getting closer to being done, when as I'm kneading it, it starts pulling all of the little like pieces off of my hand, which is, I don't know, maybe kind of gross if you're like, hey, you're using your hands to like touch my food. Like, yeah, I don't know. Have you ever eaten ever anywhere? Correct. But in this case, this is now, it like just hit the point where it wasn't sticking to my hands anymore. Like it wasn't pulling the stuff off, but it's also not sticking. So this is like, it's over. So yeah, I know what you mean. All right. In a 9-inch pan with a removable bottom, using your fingers, pressing firmly and evenly over the bottom and up the sides until flush with the rim. Okay, so we're working our way out here. We'll work our way out from the center. And now I am using both hands because it makes it easier to do that. And you kind of got to like move the dough. One of the things that I've done with tarts before that I want to be conscious of is I've left too big of a chunk, like a wedge down in the bottom here in like the corner. So where I'm pushing this up around the sides here, I've in the past, hold on, wrong one. In the past, I've left this part. I'm trying to find like the good angle where you can see it best. Like this part here, it needs to be more of like an angle, like a right angle at the base here, because otherwise the inside of your tart gets it's like a slope. And you get this like really big sort of doughy chunk around the outside that doesn't quite finish cooking either. So you have to sort of, at least that's been my tart experience, where you're like, you really have to like get in that corner and pull that and push that dough in, so that when you get the cross section of your slice, it doesn't have this like really big chunk around the inside where there's supposed to be like beautiful filling. Yeah, raw meats, pumpkin guts. I understand all that. I think meat is the one that really kind of gets me. I'd always rather have gloves on. Unless it's like real quick, sort of like I'm seasoning some chicken thighs and that's it. If I'm processing stuff though, like if I bought chicken thighs at the store and I'm like putting them up for storage or something like that, I'm definitely wearing gloves for that. So I'm just taking like a little pattern around here and thinning out the base a little bit so that I can get more up on the sides here. And then once my sides are all done, I'll sort of move some of that back to the center. So we're just kind of moving the dough around where I need it. And eventually it's all gonna be roughly the same thickness. And this is a recipe that I picked because it's a no bake. You don't have to like bake a pie shell ahead of time, and you don't have to bake you don't have to bake a pie or a tart shell. You just kind of like put it all in the oven at once, which is great and much easier. Again, keeping it as simple as possible today was the literal goal. A ceramic quiche pan. It is, yeah, I mean, the only difference, you can bake it in anything, but like with this pan, once it's finished, it's easier to get out of here without cracking the shell. That's the only reason for a tart pan, really. The ease of exit. Pyle, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting there. Okay, this looks pretty even. Again, I'm just going to get in here and in these corners, like pressing down even more than I think is every time I do this, I'm like, I should have pressed that even farther. I should have like taken the bottom angle out more. And I probably made, in this tart pan, I probably made 3 or 4 tarts. So just kind of trying to keep it even, trying to keep it like even and angular. There we go. All right, I think that feels about right. That feels about right, and I'm pretty even. Make sure there's no little holes in here. All right, a tart. A pan ready to go. Ready to go. All those specialty pans are super fun. Springform for sure. I bought a springform pan to make cheesecake at one point. That was like, I saw a recipe for cheesecake that required a springform pan, and I was like, oh, I want to make this recipe, so I went out and got one. And now I just have it. That's the other thing. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands and get this filling together. So we're doing this, and then the next thing that we're gonna do is the baklava. That has to bake. So basically, like, while this tart is baking, we're gonna get the baklava together. While the baklava is baking, we're gonna make butter, pistachio butter, and after that's done, I'm going to make pesto. Excuse me, and then we'll make dinner. Spaceballs, welcome in. I feel like I said hi to you. Maybe I just read the name in my head out loud and didn't actually say hi. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Make the filling in a bowl. Combine the brown sugar, eggs, and butter. I'm going to put this thing in the fridge for just a second. Oh, reminder to self. You cannot put this with the middle resting on something. It has to be the edge. Because if you rest things on the middle, then the middle comes out, and we don't want that. Okay, so we're just going to put that in the fridge while we're making the filling, just to keep it like from melting, because it's just butter, right? Half the kitchen stuff I inherited from my parents when they sold the house. Broccoli, those are the best things. I love stuff that like comes from somewhere else. My pasta maker was, my mom had that in the basement and was just like, do you want this? And I was like, yes, obviously. I need to melt the butter. I didn't melt the butter yet. How much butter do I need? 2 tablespoons. Easy. We'll melt that on the stove in this pan. It'll only take a moment, and then I'll just swirl the pan around for a bit, and that'll cool it off. Nope, wrong burner. That's the burner. What is my oven supposed to be at for this? 350. It's not. All right, it is now. It's at 370, but same thing. Righty. Brown sugar, eggs, and butter. Vanilla bean. Beat until well blended. Stir in the pistachios. Okay, cool. Easy enough. Can I use the same bowl I made the dough in? I feel like I can do that. It's very, like, nothing in here. No. Let's do it nice. We'll do it, we'll make it, do the rear, do it in a different bowl. We can't. Oh. Okay. Make the filling. Combine the brown sugar, eggs, and butter. How much brown sugar? This is light brown sugar. 165 grams. If it's 165 grams of brown sugar, it doesn't need to be packed. It's just, that's the weight. It says 100. What it says is 3/4 cup, 165 grams. Firmly packed light brown sugar. I guess if you're using a cup measure, that's the firmly packed part. I put this down as dense as I can get it. It's still going to be 165 grams of sugar. All right, butter is coming along, almost melted. Almost. Brown sugar, eggs. How many eggs? 2. Oven is at temperature. Great. 2 large eggs. These look like the largest ones. This is an interesting one because unlike pecan pie, I think the pecan pie you cook the syrup down a little bit, or I feel like there's a step of heating the syrup before you put it in, and this is only heating the butter, so it's a little different. Butter, sugar, and brown eggs. Slit the vanilla bean lengthwise and scrape the seeds into the bowl. Okay, so I can do that while the butter's melting and cooling. Broccoli says, I got my mom's 1995 KitchenAid flip-top stand mixer. Almost never used it. Does that mean that it was like it was in good condition, right? And this is the one you got all the pieces for. I feel like the stand mixer is like a classic wedding present. Here's my butter. We're gonna let that cool. Okay, this is super obnoxious. This is a literal vanilla bean. One whole vanilla bean in its own glass test tube. And I'm not really sure how to open it, if I'm being real honest, without breaking it. It has a little stopper at the top. Like, what, in case of spice emergency, break glass? Like, weird. Okay, I'm just gonna cut around the edge of the sticker. Oh, there we go. Okay, just needed to cut the sticker. All right, it says 1 inch of vanilla bean. So, like, I guess we'll just put the other piece back in. Okay. 1 inch of vanilla bean cut and scraped. You just scrape the inside, right? Like we're taking the butter or yeah. Slit the bean lengthwise, scrape the seeds into the bowl. Yes, okay. Nothing off or odd about that direction. Okay, down the middle. Yes. my God. Instantly smells incredible in here. Using a chef knife for this is like the most obnoxious thing. Mm. Man, how onions make you cry. This just like brings joy. That smell. Cool. I'm gonna save this and make like a simple syrup or something later. Okay. Brown sugar, eggs, vanilla, butter. Using a whisk or wooden spoon, beat until well blended. All right. Let's. Oh wait, no, that whisk was for eggs, or yeah, raw eggs. Butter is cool enough. All right, I'll whisk this in until well blended, it says. Broccoli says for pecan pie, you do heat the corn syrup, butter, and brown sugar until the sugar dissolves before pouring it over the pecans for pecan pie. That was the yeah, I mean, and that's the difference here. We're not dissolving, like we're not heating anything. This is an interesting one. Stir in the chopped pistachios. Okay, here they go. All right. They're all inside the whisk. Get out. Get out. Okay. Pour the filling into the pastry-lined tart pan. Arrange the whole pistachios in a single layer on top of the filling. Cover the tart loosely with aluminum foil. Okay. Get my tart pan back out. Don't grab it by the center. Grab it by the sides. You like grab these things by the bottom while they're still raw. Everything just kind of pours out. You're like, oh, whoops. Vanilla bean ice cream is a constant craving. Who knows? I understand that like entirely. Don't use the whisk for raw egg in a mixture with raw egg. Mm. You got me there. That's true. I didn't have that. That thought did not cross my mind, clearly. Last chance. Any little holes in here? No. That part. That looks good. That looks good. Let's just go. Yep. All right. Quit messing with it. Pour it in. It is what it is. It is what it will be. It will not be better than what it is right now. Okay. Beautiful. Hold on. And then we arrange these whole toasted pistachios on top. Baker, welcome in. Arrange the whole pistachios in a single layer. Will these stick or sink? What do they do? Okay, they kind of sink, but let's make sure that those get evenly distributed over the top here. Everybody in. Pistachios are going. I'm just trying to keep these, yeah, even and not on top of each other. Single layer as much as possible. These are sinking in. I mean, I feel like this is obviously like a clear opportunity to make a little like pistachio pattern on top of here, make it like nice or something, but like I think it's all right. I'm gonna add a few more here because so I had some extras and this isn't like fully covered on the top. So I'm gonna take a little bit of liberty and add more to this. And that'll be, we'll pop this in the oven in just a moment. Okay. Pistachio tart. A pistache color palette. That's what I do too. I was thinking when I was like starting to prep for this stream and like get the ingredients and all that, that was like, oh, I really need to get like the perfect, like green, beautiful green pistachios. And then I was like, I need to focus on just like, I don't need to care about that part yet. If I'm serving this in like a public space or like I volunteer to like make a pistachio thing at some point for somebody, then I will. But right now, like I can't overcomplicate it. I want this to be even more verdant than it is. Oh, interesting. My my box thing fell apart. No, it broke. Oh no, it actually broke. Nothing a little tape on this. Okay. Cover with aluminum foil. Cover the tart loosely with aluminum foil. So loosely meaning like that. Bake the tart for 35 minutes. Then remove the foil. Continue baking until the crust and filling are golden brown, about 15 minutes longer. So this takes 50 minutes in the oven, 50 minutes. Okay. We're ready to go in the oven. Grab it by the side, not by the center. Who knows? I would place each one individually. I absolutely considered it. And then I heard myself so recently talking about how I want to keep things easier today. So I opted to just be kind to myself and not do that because I don't need to. 35 minutes. It's not a knife. It's just a timer. You could try to catch it. I didn't. All right, tart is in the oven. 1 down. 3 to go. Not down yet, but like we're getting there. All right, let's clean up for just a second here. Clear the counter. Clearing the counter. I am going to need to chop a bunch more of these pistachios for baklava. So let's just do that right now while I have my cutting board and my knife available. For the baklava, I need regular sugar. I do not need brown sugar. I'm done. I'm finished with the light brown sugar for the day. Am I finished with the light brown sugar for the day? I am. Okay. I'm gonna chop some pistachios. I need a pound of these. 1 pound of pistachios. Joe, welcome in. Welcome. Pound. Pound of pistachios. That's 16 ounces, right? Right. That feels like about a pound. Nope. Turns out that's a half a pound. I was way off. It's 8 ounces in that one. I might need to toast some more of these. Oh, I wasn't using the toasted nuts for the baklava. I was using the raw ones. Right. Okay. We almost just used up all our pistachio butternuts. Okay. Also, I'm going to take the opportunity to get a larger bowl. See what happens when you think about something before you do it. Right. Did I miss you shelling all those? You did not. You know, Joe, I thought about it. And I thought, hey, this would be a fun thing to do at the beginning of the stream, just shell several pounds worth of raw pistachios. But then I also thought, no, it wouldn't. That would be very unnecessary. Very unnecessary for that, for like pounds and pounds of pistachios to shell that many just to start the stream. I was like, nah, we're not gonna do that. So I didn't. But like, we could tell people that I did if you wanted to. That's a pound of pistachios right there. I'm gonna add a little bit extra because we have like some loss from the dust, right? Kathy, yes, we're working. We have the tart. The tart is in the oven right now, and I'm working on the baklava. That's where we're at in our pecan journey. Spaceballs. Yeah, I was like, you know, I don't need the bloody, like, remnants of my fingertips to be content. Can you imagine by hand just shelling this many pistachios one by one? We would still be shelling. I would literally still be shelling pistachios. There would be no, nothing else would have happened yet. I am going to take these pistachios off of this tray though, because as much as I enjoy having all of them on this tray, it is a lot to handle. Like it'll be easier having them in the bowl. Okay, so yes, back over here there. So tart is in the oven. I'm going to chop for the baklava. Hold on. Pulse the nuts until they're finally chopped in a food processor. Yes. Kusno says, you've referred to the pistachios as pecans several times during the stream in the previous one, and it makes me giggle. I bet I have. I believe you. I will continue to do it. And part of the reason is that, like pistachios, I found out that I was not allergic to pecans after, like later. I didn't like have pecans as a kid. I only started eating pecans as an adult. Okay. Pulse the nuts until they're finely chopped. Combine with the sugar, cinnamon, and cloves. In a separate bowl, melt the butter in the microwave. Roll out the follow sheets and cut in half so the sheets will fit in the pan. Okay, I'm going to pulse these in the food processor. We're going to put them back in this bowl, and then we're going to take a quick break. Because once I get started doing this, I don't want to stop. So this is fine. We'll get these together. Get these together, and then we'll get the rest of the ingredients out after break. Cool. All right. Pulse until they are finely chopped. Okay, I think that's about right. Having had baklava before, yeah, that's about right there. Some of these, I'm just gonna take, like, when I shook this, a lot of the like big chunks came to the top. So I'm gonna sort of siphon those off, and we'll pulse those again separately. Let's do that again. Yeah, the big chunks came to the top. So I'm gonna give those like another pulse or two. And then this is the finished. The dust, if you will. So that's fascinating about the research and like the science of things. Nature has a really interesting and unique way of like persevering. And I think it's great to be able to like study stuff like that and be like, you know, how do we like keep our submarines, I don't know, more sturdy? I just thought of like a pistachio submarine. Okay, here we go. These look great. Ready to go. Man, glad I didn't have to chop those with a knife. That would have been real annoying. Okay, I don't think I need the food processor for anything else. I'm going to use it again for pistachio butter, but like, I don't need to clean it before that. So let's not. Cool. But let's move it to the back of the counter over here because it is otherwise in the way. Okay. We're going to take a quick break now. We're going to run a 3-minute ad for those of y'all watching on Twitch. During that time, I am going to... What am I going to do? I'm going to load the dishwasher and wipe the counter and put those eggs away. I'm just going to clean up a little bit. All right. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Let me find where is the words on the stream. There it is. Hey, look, the sounds work again. All right, for those of you all watching on Twitch, we're gonna have a 3-minute ad break. If you're not interested in ads, you can go subscribe on YouTube and watch there. Okay.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Well, sure. I feel like I need to melt butter again, so I need to wash this. There's something else. Oh no, that was said melt butter in the microwave. I can just do that on the stove top. I could just do it in the microwave too. It's like it says, but. Excuse me. Let's do I need this other bowl for something? No. Okay, that can just go in this one. True. Oh. Yay, everything goes in the dishwasher. Perfect. All right, one more. Almost got that one. Almost got that one. That was close. Whoa, look at all the four-letter words on this one. That's what they said when they look at the script of any Tarantino movie. All right. Gonna wash this little butter melting pot real quick. That is actually what I call this pot, like in general. The butter melting pot. All right, that is done. Anything else on the counter that can go? Yeah, I don't need this anymore. I don't need these eggs. Do I need eggs for baklava? No, I don't need the eggs for anything else. Great. Don't need the aluminum foil. And I don't need the flour. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. Ads are over, and we're almost finished this game of Roads on Stream. We'll be back on the big screen in just a moment here. I feel like I can smell that tart starting to bake. It has an aroma. All right. Wash this knife here real quick too. And we'll either use it again or put it away, but it won't be dirty. All right. Good. And my hands are clean too. Amazing. Last guesses, y'all. If you're guessing on this board, get them in. Get your guesses in. Sinking. I was just sinking just a second ago. But like at the sink, not in terms of like seafaring. Just, you know, FYI. Mrs. Handy's Kitchen, welcome in. Good day to you. Good day. Okay. We're gonna not start from the top. That's not accurate. We are going to start a brand new dish now. Hopefully I can get that in the oven within the next hour or so, and then we'll be on to our pistachio butter and dinner, ultimately. Although the pesto, oh yeah, I'm gonna need the pesto. I'm gonna use the food processor 2 more times. Okay, cool. But the pistachio butter is next, so I don't need to clean it before that. I do need to clean it before the pesto. Anyway, Maddie Everest, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. We're gonna make baklava now. This is the recipe from Simply Recipes. You can use walnuts, almonds, pistachios. I imagine you could use other nuts if you really wanted to. And away we go. For the baklava, 1 pound of chopped nuts. There they are. 1 pound of phyllo dough. Thawed. We have the phyllo dough. It's in the fridge. We'll get it out in a second. Actually, I guess I can get it out now. This goes under I might just lay this out. I'm gonna lay this out on a sheet pan right now, the phyllo dough. So I have a small sheet pan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay this out on a sheet pan flat so that I can pull it off easier. Yeah, that'll work. If a pistachio butter is just oil, salt, and pistachio, which it is, I believe, I could add salt too, but it's yeah, pistachio is oil and salt. I guess I don't need to clean it before the pesto. I was thinking that the consistency, I don't want like the consistency to carry over necessarily, because it's like you know, when you put it in for a few moments, it's different than what we're doing with the butter, which is putting it in the thing for like 15 minutes. So I will probably clean it out because that's like where my head wants to do. But I you're right. You probably don't need to, right? You probably wouldn't. I'll say this, you might not notice if you didn't, but I want to make sure that I don't notice. Can I steal the hat? You can buy the hat, not this one, but you can purchase these hats. Command hat in chat. That'll take you to a link that gives you a bunch of different options. So this is a pound of phyllo dough is 1 whole box. So I guess I get the other one out. This is a lot of phyllo dough. We're gonna be layering here for a while. What size pan is this? 9 by 13, I think. Preheat the oven. Lightly grease a 9 by 13 inch pan. Yes. So that's just not that much phyllo dough. It just feels like more. All right, but we're just gonna we're gonna cover that with a cloth. It says wet cloth, so let's maybe do that. A damp cloth. It does suit my brain to do that these days. Yeah, the idea of just like, let's just keep the things separate. Peaches come from a can, they were put there by a man in a factory downtown. Hats are by Ape and Bird. Our friends from Rhode Island, April and Rich, make these hats by hand. Okay. Phyllo dough is out, nuts are chopped. 1 cup of butter. Melted. That's a lot of butter. I'm gonna use salted butter for that, because it doesn't say one way or another. Half a cup is 1 stick, right? Yeah. Half a cup is 1 stick, so 2 sticks of butter. Okay, I can't use that little butter pan. I need more. I'll put that in this. I will do that in the microwave. It said to do it in the microwave, and I was like, we'll do it in the stove. No, we'll do it in the microwave. We're gonna put it in this container, because that way, I'm using this as a like dip and spread, so I can use like a brush and just kind of keep it in this measuring cup, which would be nice. Okay, let's put that in the microwave. The microwave, cook time 2 minutes, power level 6. A cup of butter, melted, 1/3 a cup of sugar, 1 teaspoon of ground cinnamon, 1/3 a teaspoon of ground cloves. Okay, so we're making the filling first. We make the filling. Fudge darling, you're wrong. Yes. I never know how to melt butter in the microwave. It's always like not melted or like bubbling and still solid somehow. Follow the dough. Preheat the oven. Preheat the oven to 350. Okay, well, the oven's at 350 already because that's what we needed it to be for the tart. So that's super helpful. Grease a 9 by 13 inch pan. So we're going to do this in a glass pan because I saw the picture on the website was in a glass pan and thought that would probably be the best. Thought that would probably be better. So I'm gonna grease this pan with some butter here. So we have, instead of using like Crisco or vegetable oil, I want to use some more butter. Because I'm using butter in the thing anyway. And like, honestly, there's so much melted butter in this. I don't understand really why you have to grease the pan, but like it says you do. So do. Because if you didn't really have to do it, maybe they wouldn't put it in the instructions. Or maybe they forgot. Who knows? But we're gonna listen to the instructions today. Again, I'm making a recipe from Simply Recipes, trying to keep this as easy as possible today. I know that there's many different variations, regional, familial, personal. For baklava, I'm making what I found on the internet to be like the most simple version of the thing that I could. So we're not getting overly complicated today. We're not getting overly complicated. We're gonna keep it easy. Lemon says the first person who made it had a bunch of people in chat telling them to grease the pan. Yeah. You know what's really funny? I was thinking when we were talking, call back to the toasting the nuts conversation, but I was thinking when I was reading this, I was like reading the recipe. Yesterday, I was at the playground and I was reading this recipe and talking to my friend, one of my friends about it, my IRL friends who cooks, is like also like a very enthusiastic home cook. Her dad is actually a professional baker. So I sort of, she's kind of been around cooking her whole life too. 3 minutes at power level 7. Anyway, she was the one who was like, I have no idea whether you should toast these nuts or not. Like, it seems like you could. It seems like you don't need to. It seems like whatever. But the reason. I remember the reason that I got so hung up on this topic is that in the description of the recipe, not the recipe, not like this, right? Just the thing. But in the description that the person wrote, that I found it from, they used the word toasty when they described the taste of this tart, but then in the recipe never mentioned toasting the pecans. So I was like, do you do that or not? Because it says toasty, but that might just be because it's a tart and the crust, whatever. I was way overthinking it. Anyway, I was thinking, this person who wrote this maybe didn't have people telling them what to do in real time. Anyway, that was a really long story for like a very simple thought. Broccoli homemade sourdough from your neighbor, the best. A kid-friendly stew or casserole. Hell yeah. I love that. I love that neighborly thing. And the best thing you could do, if she's like starting a business out of it, is go leave a little review on the internet on like their product page or something like that if they have it available. All right, this is melted. This is melted. I'm gonna give this a stir. Yeah, overthinking is always fun, Baker. Always fun. Preheat the oven. Make the filling. Melt the butter and prep the dough. In a food processor, pulse the nuts until they're finely chopped. Combine with the sugar, cinnamon, and cloves. Okay, how much sugar? 1/3 a cup of sugar. 1/3. 1/3 a cup of sugar. Regular sugar. 198 grams is a cup. So 1/3 a cup is 198 times 0.33333333333. Wait, no, 198 times 0.3333333. 66 grams of sugar. $30, $40, $50, $66, $67. Close enough. Yes. In most recipes, there are opportunities to add flavor, Lemon says, that the writer doesn't choose, but you can always take them if they didn't. It is the fun of cooking, and I agree with you that I am a very enthusiastic like recipe adjuster when it suits my personal taste. Lemon says, ultimately, cooking is the process of making food for you, and the writer has no way of knowing your preference. This is true. I sometimes get hung up on that detail and not trusting myself. Like, I know that toasting the nuts would probably be better for this, but I was like worried that they would overcook, you know, and I've never used them before, so I don't know. Baked Broccoli says, I'm not sure she has a permit to run the business out of her pool house kitchen yet, but she does have a business name account next door. Yeah, exactly. And that's like any little thing helps that, you know, because someone will look on Nextdoor or whatever and be like, who is this? What is this thing? And they see a comment and it's like validation. And obviously if the bread was good. If the bread wasn't good, just leave a comment and say that you really, that they're a really friendly person. Person was great. Really loved chatting with Monica when she dropped the bread off or whatever. I don't know this person's name. Monica's the first name that came to head. All names, you know, implied or otherwise, or whatever they say at the end of the thing. I just made it up. Hopefully her name's not actually Monica. I could split the batch Spaceballs. This is also true, which would make two different types of flavors. Find the sugar, cinnamon. How much cinnamon? A teaspoon, and 1/3 of a teaspoon of cloves. Cloves are easy to find. Cinnamon. Where are the cloves? Ground cloves. Here we go. As opposed to those pesky aerosolized cloves. Teaspoon of cinnamon. And again, this is like spices, so this is also like a personal preference here. And about 1/3 of a teaspoon of cloves, it says. I'm just kind of using the same teaspoon. We've melted the butter. We have added the things. Roll out the phyllo sheets and cut in half so the sheets will fit in the pan. Cover the phyllo with a damp towel. Assemble. Place a sheet of the phyllo dough into the pan. Using a pastry brush, brush the phyllo sheet with the melted butter. Repeat 7 more times until it is 8 sheets thick, each sheet being painted with the butter. All right, so we're gonna mix this up. This is my sugar and spices and pistachio. I do keep saying pecan when I'm talking about things today, don't I? I feel like I just interchanged them in my mind. I'm not used to saying pistachio. It's only a new thing that is in my head. Ooh. That was tasty. Okay. I'm gonna layer this now. So we have our butter. I have a brush somewhere in here. Do I? I hope so. Yeah. I thought I had like a paintbrush. Oh, right. I did. And no, I don't. I threw it out, but I don't remember why. Kid-friendly ideas: cottage pie, chicken divan, beef, or chicken stew. I mean, cottage pie is the one with mashed potatoes, right? I always feel like that one's ideal. I mean, if the kid's a soup kid, like I would personally make stew for Calvin because I know he's more of a soup child. Just like in general. Okay, where is my phyllo dough? Over here. There it is. All right, let's just read this a little bit first. I could make pistachio milk. True caretaker, welcome him. Yeah, that would be good too. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so we're doing 8 sheets of phyllo. Spoon on a thin layer of the nut mixture, cover with 2 sheets, brushing each one with butter. Continue to repeat the nut mixture and 2 buttered sheets of phyllo until the nut mixture is all used up. The top layer should be 8 phyllo sheets thick, each sheet being individually buttered. Okay, so basically every sheet of phyllo dough you put on here, you add a layer of butter to. Simple. Slash slow. Okay, amazing. I have 1 minute left on that tart in the oven. So let's just start here. It said cut these so they fit in the pan, but like, these fit in the pan. No problems. All right. The nice thing about this that I'm seeing is that if I run out of butter for some reason, I can just melt more. It's not there's not like butter and a bunch of stuff in here. It's like just butter, so that's helpful. Cottage pie is shepherd's pie, but with ground beef instead of ground lamb. Okay, the layer of mashed potatoes. For kids, probably I would go with that because it's like most kids like mashed potatoes, and then it's like just a real small jump to include like meat in that equation. Best part about pistachio milk is it's green. That's funny. These pistachios that I have aren't particularly verdant. Bake a tart for 35 minutes. Continue to bake until the crust and filling are golden brown. Then remove the foil. Okay, about 15 minutes longer. So we're going to remove the foil. Do y'all want to see? You want to see this? See this tart before it? While we take the foil off. Hold on. Come on over to the stove. Come on over to the oven for a second. And then we'll catch back up with. Catch back up with chat here. Whoop, that's not going to work. 1, 2. No, well. Okay, so here's a pistachio tart. We're looking in the oven, and I'm just going to take the foil off, and we're going to bake that. Oh yeah, look at that on the camera. That looks exactly how it looks in real life. We're going to bake that for, it says another 15 minutes. So let's do that. This is about 15 minutes. So we'll check it. We'll check it maybe before then. Kuzno says, I say pistachio the way people hate, but Sebastian Stan, Bucky Barnes from the Winter Soldier, says it the same way. Pistachio? 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 Have we talked about Watergate salad? I feel like we have. Is that the same thing as like Waldorf salad? Apples are apples, raisins, walnuts, and mayonnaise? Broccoli, yeah, exactly. I feel like that's just like, for me, mashed potatoes has got to be the thing. Had marshmallows. Okay, no, this is not the same salad I'm thinking of. Lemon says, my dad used to make mashed veg with potato, carrot, and parsnip. Yes. Good way to get us to eat more veg. Yeah, especially with the parsnip, because it's like the same color as the potato. And you're just like, what could it be? Who knows? Like, what's that funky taste in this? But must be the potatoes. Yeah, mashed vegetables are perfect for kids, for that type of thing. Just like if you can get them to eat the mash, you can put lots of stuff in the mash and they'll never really know. Unless they ask. Calvin knows to ask. See, I do that, but I'll also just tell him straight up what's in it. He's not picky in that way, so I don't like worry too much about it. Like I'll tell him aren't like onions are in something, and he'll just be like, ugh, and then I'll eat it. So I'm also like I feel very fortunate for that. Just to be clear, I feel like, hey, I did something right. That's 2 layers. This is 3. Ooh, that one came out all together. 3, and then I put it in the pan all sideways. Great. Pineapple, marshmallows, and pistachio pudding. Okay, I'm sold. Sounds strange, Bella says, but try mashing Brussels sprouts and adding butter and garlic salt. Mashed? I don't think I've ever mashed Brussels sprouts before. I've heard that before. But I'm positive that I have not mashed Brussels sprouts. Man, my mouth wants to say that phrase differently. It's very intentionally speaking to get that one out. What was that? 3? That was 3. Yeah, this will be 4. What was the last thing I made with phyllo dough? I'm trying to remember. I made phyllo dough like dinner cups a while, like maybe a year ago, that were really good, but I don't think I've actually used it for a recipe since then. That was more just like, hey, I bought some phyllo dough, what am I gonna do with it? And then I just put a bunch of mashed vegetables in it, honestly. The second or third way you said it is how I've always said it. Pistachio. Pistachio. A Waldorf is chopped apples, celery, walnut halves, either grapes or raisins. Yeah. The celery I forgot. Sean Connery. What did they say that was Sean Connery? Wait, that was 4, right? Yeah, 4. This will be 5. 5. 3 more. 3 more. Butter in between each layer for just like some serious, just so good. I'm very much looking forward to this. 3 more. So this is 6. And then So we do 7 and 8. And then we start with the layering of the nuts. Six, 7. 7, one more after this. You going nuts, Shayna? I am. This is we've used up a bunch, and I've got like all the next ones ready to go. We're teed up. We have a tart in the oven. So there's a pistachio tart in the oven, baking away. It looked really good. I opened it about 5 minutes ago. And right now I'm layering baklava. So this is the last layer before the first round of nuts goes in. And so I'm just kind of giving this a push down. I'm also going to take the sides of this where it's kind of these sheets are like just a little bit large for this pan, like just ever so slightly. So I'm going to kind of press the sides down where it's bunched up so that I get a like layering as opposed to this sort of like side shield of puff pastry. That was the 8th one, I think. I think that was the last one. So after this, I believe we do a layer of nuts and then 2 more phyllo sheets, and we keep going. So we do spoon on a thin layer of the nut mixture. Cover with 2 more sheets of phyllo. Great. So a thin layer of nut mixture. And I want full coverage here. So that feels about right. So we'll spread that out so it's even without pressing down too hard. I don't want the like little sharp nut edges to cut the phyllo underneath. All right. Then we do 1 layer of phyllo dough. One layer. We brush or paint. The recipe says we paint. Paint each layer with butter in between. Oh, this is a lot looser than the other layers because it's not solid underneath. Man, there's so much butter going in here. It's good though. That's what we want. Yeah, a really thin layer, I think it is. So I think I'm even going to go like much thinner on the next one and see how that goes, because I haven't even gotten halfway through my dough yet. I'm almost halfway through the dough. And I need 8 sheets for the top also, so I can't like go all the way down, but as I'm doing the butter around the edges, I'm pressing the like sides of the puff pastry, not puff pastry, phyllo, the sides of the phyllo in. So we'll do another thin layer. Oh, that's a whole pecan. Ninja Bacon, welcome in. Welcome. Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome. Name that show. Thin layer of nuts. I'm going to spread those out to the edge. Up to the edge. More phyllo dough. Yeah, I'm not even halfway through this dough at all. Not even close to being halfway. I've probably got like 4 more layers worth of dough right here. Hold on. I wish I started the tally. I know. See, that's the type of thing that if you are a VOD watcher, some folks watch the recording. Some folks do like the VOD afterward. That would be a fun little project if you knew to do it at the start. I assumed that I would be saying the wrong thing for much of the day, because that's just how it goes. But I've been pretty good about the good morning, good afternoons today, though. So, you know, one success at a time, please. All right. At least I've only called this puff pastry once, I think. It's beautiful. So we're moving now. This is a process. And we're just layering and painting and layering and painting. My tart is in the oven. It has 3 minutes left. I'm going to take a little peek at that right now. Because what I'm looking for is that it is, so the crust and filling are golden brown. Here's that tart, that crust on the edge. I'm just going to let that go for the last couple minutes. It's golden brown in one spot, or in some spots, but not in others. So it's another couple minutes, no problem. It is a pistachio tart, Ninja Bacon. Everything we're doing today has pistachios in it in some form or another. Oh, and thanks. I think so too. It looks a little domed, but it'll fall as it cools off. So that's expected. It also looks like it's filled out to the edge. And I don't know what's going to happen. I'm wondering what's going to happen first with this one. I'm either going to run out of phyllo dough, which feels unlikely. I'm going to run out of pistachios, or I'm going to run out of space in the pan. One of those things is going to happen first here. And we're just going to keep doing what we're doing until whichever happens, happens. All right, this is at a good spot. I'm going to kind of like give this a press now, just like a little press to see. There's no give to this. It's very dense. So that's good. There shouldn't be really any air or anything on the inside of here. When I was doing the few bottom layers, there was little air bubbles underneath in some spots, but those are long gone at this point. And these layers with the pistachio aren't flat enough to trap air. So I think we're through it. We're through it. We got 30 seconds left on the oven on that tart. So we'll get that out. I'm going to do one little butter layer and then we'll pause to get that tart out of the oven. You said pistachio with intention. You saw that? I did. I in fact did. I was very thoughtful and mindful of not saying pecan. Self-conscious, you might say. Although I'm not self-conscious about it. I know I'm doing it. Just aware. All right. Mystery Mayhem, welcome in. let's get this tart out of the oven. I'm going to just grab it with the gloves and hold it up. I'm not going to turn the stove camera on in the moment. I will turn it off though, so that you don't get motion sickness if you were watching that camera. Okay. Grab it by the edge, not by the middle. All right, here we go. This is a pistachio tart. There it is. Ooh, okay. Let's it says wire rack, but I don't have a wire rack out, so we're gonna let that cool on the oven for just a moment. So, Hubert Chicago on YouTube, welcome in. Love catching your lives. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. We're making pistachio stuff today. Today is a full-on pistachio palooza, as it is. I'm currently working on a baklava, which is the next thing into the oven. I'm not turning the oven off yet. We're just letting it ride for a moment. So far, the stream's going well. Done all handy person tasks. Amazing. You deserve a break. Are you going to get a break? Do you have a little break before like evening kid things? Or are you just like right into it? Broccoli says, one thing that's odd about Swiss Colony's baklava is they throw all the nuts in one layer in the middle rather than in 2 or 3. So there's, I'm assuming, like lots and lots of like heavy layers of phyllo then? It's just like a phyllo sandwich? Because that could also be good too. I mean, the dough is good as it is. Self-conscious. Now you're speaking my language. I am self-conscious. I think I'm more self-aware. I don't care that I keep saying pecan, but I know that it's happening. Pecan-conscious. Terrible, but also amazing. Almost done with this. I'm almost halfway finished with the phyllo dough. Almost. And we're about halfway up the side of this pan here. I would say I've used more than half of the pistachios so far. That was not what I wanted to do though. That certainly, oh wait, no. I didn't put butter on that layer. It's okay. This layer can be without butter. There's plenty of butter already. Hour and a half, so fluff. Enjoy. I hope for you the quietest hour and a half. I always call Brad Pitt Tom Cruise and Tom Cruise Brad Pitt. Aren't they like rivals or not rivals? Is there some sort of like animosity between those two? I feel like there was, or maybe I'm making that up. I don't know. Mystery, I love baklava too. It is, I've never made it, so this is a first. Today is a pistachio heavy day. We're only doing pistachio dishes. Pistachio focused dishes. Like dinner is going to be pasta, but with pistachio pesto. All right, we are halfway through our puff pastry. That was the last of the first roll. I'm going to say it out loud now because I think we're in a good spot. But this puff pastry, phyllo dough, has been super cooperative. Very, 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 very cooperative. Joe says, I made fun of a friend for mixing up marshmallow and mushroom once, and I've gotten it wrong myself ever since. Yeah, your brain's like, you know what? I'm gonna punish you for that. So fluff, is the fam as excited for Pistachio Palooza? No. No, not at all. Not at all. This is all like my excitement. Completely, 100%. I'm the one that's enthusiastic. Gwen's never been allergic to pistachios, but like doesn't eat them. I mean, doesn't like choose to eat them regularly. They're not a snack that she enjoys. And Calvin, by virtue of me having thought I was allergic to them for a long time, we haven't had them in the house, so Calvin doesn't really have a taste for them. So like, no. But pasta and pesto is always a good motivating meal. So I think yes, like for that aspect, sure. And like, you know, will they absolutely try this? Yeah, for sure. I don't know if they'll enjoy it, but like if they don't enjoy it, I would love it if they would enjoy it. Do I need them to enjoy it? No. Is it going to change my enjoyment? Maybe a little. You know, when someone likes your food, it's always better than when someone's like, man, I could take it or leave it, you know? But, you know, if they enjoy it, I don't need them to enjoy it. I'd like them to try it, but always want people to try things. Isn't there animosity between Tom Cruise and everyone? Maybe. I don't know him personally. I don't have anything against him, but like, I don't know. I don't know all the things that he's done. So fluff. On an unrelated note, it's my kitty Sophie's 16th birthday. Happy birthday. It's not unrelated. I feel like it's your name. It's quite part of the identity. It's part of the identity that I know you on the internet from. Happy birthday. 16's a good age. It's still a little time, but they're seasoned enough to be like totally an adult. And exactly, broccoli, that's my thought. That's always my thought. If they don't like it, not my problem. I just found out that as an adult that I am no longer allergic to a thing, or I have never been allergic to a thing that I thought I was allergic to, so I'm gonna celebrate by eating a bunch of it. Ninja, I've had baklava, but it's never been a pistachio. It's always been walnut. He's old enough to drive, totally. What are cat years? Is there, you know how dog years are like 7 years or something? Is there cat years? Is that a thing? I feel like that's a thing. I don't know. That's some grated cheese. That's amazing. Great present for a cat, honestly. How did you discover you weren't allergic, Joe asks. I went to an allergist. And a year ago or so, I had them do a blood test. And I didn't really trust the results of it, and they were a little vague. So a couple months ago, maybe January, maybe February. I think it might have been January. I don't really know. I don't recall the exact date. Got a allergy test where you lay on a table and they do a bunch of little like specific pinpricks on your back to of like specific stuff, and I got that done. And so I had them test for a bunch of different nuts, and pistachio was one that came back, and they were like, yep, you can totally eat that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I'm just counting the number of layers I have left. So I have one, 2. Okay, yeah, I've basically got one more layer of nuts to go, and then the topping, like the phyllo topping. So we're almost there. We made it. We're gonna make it. We have an ad that's gonna run basically like right after I put this in the oven. And this took me just about an hour to assemble because I started assembling this at the end of our last words on stream. So I don't know if it should actually take an hour, but it has taken an hour. So this is the last layer of pistachios going in here. I'm not going to mess it up again. So, wait, hold on. I'm going to do a butter. Right, butter. I think I'm just going to make it with this butter. This is a good recipe. From as far as a ratio goes, I have ended up with the right amount of phyllo dough and basically the right amount of pistachios as well. I could have been a little bit more conservative on those first layers, but it doesn't matter that much. Now we're going to start with our top. So we have 8 layers to go on the top. Yeah, eight more layers of phyllo. I might need a little bit more butter. Maybe like 1 more tablespoon. But also there was a bunch. There's like some on the counter here. I must have spilled some somehow. So I think this is so far. This is a super easy recipe to follow, and the ingredient list is good in terms of they're having the right amount of everything. Like that was the right amount of butter to melt. Like it looked like a lot, but like, you know, here we are coming into the end, and I'm just about to run out of butter, and I'm just about to run out of phyllo dough, and I'm already out of pistachios. That's a good thing. 2, this is 3. I left myself a few extra pieces of phyllo dough. I intentionally didn't count 1 or 2 at the end there because I was worried I might like rip a layer or something like that. So there's going to be like an extra sheet or 2 of dough. But overall that's fine. That's fine. All right, I do need a little bit more butter. So let's melt this little bit. That should melt in about 30 seconds. Bronte says, "Our new to us bulldozer dog, Josie, who's advertised by the shelter, is 9, but our vet thinks she could have been as old as 12. Wow. And it's hard to tell. I mean, it is hard to tell because personality-wise, I guess it depends on the dog. I mean, like, there's a big difference between Daisy when she was 9 and Daisy now. But I feel like, you know, if your dog is like, you know, if 12 isn't ancient for your dog, 9 and 12 are both like older dogs. Sophie's 80 in human years, though. That is ancient for a cat. 16 is not ancient for a cat, really. I mean, it's getting there, but it's not unanticipated. Pupo's 7. Aw, she is small and puppy looking. It's hard to tell, and because of the coloring, it's going to be hard to tell how much gray she has. Although I feel like it'll still be you'll know. There's like a sort of, you can tell. If you're used to looking at them every day, you know. Who's noticed that I had a cat live to be 21? I think, how old? So we got, when I was a kid, I think my cat when I was a kid lived to be like 19. Our cats that have passed within the past couple years were both 18, I believe, maybe 16. And yeah, I mean, some dogs live to be pretty, some dogs live a lot longer than others. Depends on the breed. You get that lady with a dog stroller. I love those. I love when I see the folks with their dog in a stroller. It's always funny. Here's what happens when you see somebody with a dog in a stroller. You always see the stroller and the human first, like the larger human first, right? The one pushing the stroller, and you're like, you got a baby in there? Like, it's always someone who like doesn't look like they've been taking care of a baby recently, i.e., like tired. It's someone who's like happy to be out there with a stroller. And you're like, huh, you look cheerful. And then you look in the stroller and it's a dog and you're like, got it. You are cheerful. Understood. You're actually having a good day with your stroller. And then you see like someone with a human baby in a stroller and they look a lot different. And you're like, oh yeah, there's a baby in that one. I don't even need to see. No one with a dog in a stroller ever looks like they're having a bad day. I don't think it's possible. In the red wagon, totally. Pull them behind you. As long as they sit in the red wagon. I always enjoy when I see people with, there's always people with cats on the bus. Or small dogs, even. They'll have them in like a little carrier. Just be like on the bus and there's like a dog looking at you and you're like, hey, what's up, buddy? Sophia says your grandmother had a 23-year-old cat. Oh my God. The grumpy old lady. She's like, yeah, I am older and more wizened than you. Get out of my way. I don't know how many sheets that was on the top of this, but like, I'm just going to do this until I run out of butter and then we'll be done. Actually, the next one I want to fold under. Right now I've been folding these, like the edges of them, I've been kind of folding them up and over. The next one I want to fold under so that it is better looking on the top, so that the top doesn't look like it has a little hat. There we go. No, a little hat. What am I even talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Literally no sense. All right, and it looks like shit, so that's okay. We'll just put another one on top of it. All right, I'm gonna finish this up. We're gonna put it in the oven, and then we're gonna take a quick break. So just a heads up, if you're like waiting to see what happens with this, that's what's happening next. We'll be done here momentarily. I'm gonna put one more layer on this. I think that might be 8. I wasn't really counting, but you know, I'm sure it'll be fine. What could go wrong? It's not like it's going to change anything underneath of it. Oh yeah, that looks thick. Okay. Top layer should be 8 filer sheets thick. Score, then bake. Score into 24 equal sized squares using a sharp knife. Bake 350. While baking, make the syrup. Okay, cool. We'll do that. We'll make the syrup when we come back from the break here. So I don't need that until the end. Oh yeah. There's no butter left in this pan, but there's a ton left in the edge of the the whisk here, or brush, not whisk. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So now it says with score into 24 equal size squares using a sharp knife. Now, when it says score, it doesn't just mean make a line. It means like cut all the way down through the thing to the bottom of the pan. So let's do that. 24 equal pieces. I don't know. That doesn't seem quite necessary to do that exact number. I kind of want to do a diagonal pattern because I like this sort of diagonal baklava cut. So I'm just going to cut this into like half, 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 and that should be roughly the number. Oh man, I like don't want to cut this. A score is a light cut into the pastry, but do I cut all the way down through it? I assumed that I would cut all the way to the bottom. Should I not do that? Because I want them to come apart. And I feel like if I cut them, I feel like if I cut all the way through, it makes, it would be better? I don't know. I was anticipating cutting all the way in. Hold on, let me clean this pan up. Speaking of, this butter needs, or it's very buttery. And this isn't really going to rise too much when it bakes. Just the surface a little bit. Okay, so you kind of like break it apart then afterward? I didn't look at the pictures of what they did with the steps, so I'm gonna go ahead and go maybe like halfway in. Halfway in. But then Lemon says, my experience is that you cut through it because normally you pour syrup over it. Right. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking with like the word scoring is a weird one. Because I'm not slicing it yet. Like I'm slicing it, but it's like pre-sliced. All right, I do have syrup. I'm gonna go all the way because in my head we're going all the way. In my head, I was assuming that it was all the way. So we're gonna do that, and you know what? If it messes up, I'm gonna blame myself for listening to y'all. But I agree. So this is it's funny because the language of recipe writing is so specific, and people interpret it and understand it in different ways. And like my read of this recipe is going to be slightly different than someone else's. And like, that's okay. You do your best. You do your best when you're writing this kind of thing, and you take the feedback from the people who tell you it didn't work, and you make changes. Yeah, if you don't cut it, where does the syrup go? Valid, extremely valid point. Yeah, again, that's just like experience of reading a recipe and like, yeah, maybe thinking it through. So yeah, I'm slicing all the way through because of the thought about the syrup. So, you know, no offense. I was asking for feedback, and I appreciate the feedback from whether or not I follow it. I do appreciate it because sometimes I will ask for feedback. I don't mind a little what they call backseating, but I reserve the right to not do it, even if I ask. Okay, so we're scoring. We got another minute, couple minutes here. All right. So I'm just I'm going back over this. We're cutting in half again. I would not say these are equal pieces, but like, hey, it's our first try. I'm just trying to keep everything from pulling up out of the tray. This is cutting nicely though, I will say. The actual ease of cutting this. Knife drop. Okay, we'll go the other direction. And then we'll have a bunch of pieces of baklava. Not equal, but the ones in the middle are roughly equal. Close enough. I think it'll be fine either way. I do too. Godspeed. Yes. Yeah, I agree. Ninja, like, yeah, if you're scoring, so like, say you're cooking meat, right? And it's like, score the meat, right? Like, that definitely means just the surface. DJ Harley says, scoring plunges the knife into the dough, then going to farther on and plunging it again to create a score. It is, yeah, I feel like if I just cut the top, you're right. There were like, not you're right, but like if I just cut the top layer, yeah, the syrup at the end would end up not making it down to the bottom layer. And that is definitely a thing that I want to happen. Okay, last one. I'm gonna go one more down the middle here. And I'm kind of like, the phyllo is pulling up a little bit as I'm going through it. Just that, like literally just the top layer. The rest of it is staying down quite nicely. So that's why I'm holding my hand on it like that. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, hold on. I have some huge chunks on this side. There we go. Yeah, see, cutting this diagonally means I missed a spot. All right. Well, here we go. This is ready to go. Scoring is not the same as sawing back and forth. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that, though, broccoli, I feel like part of it is maybe they're not using the right term here either. Maybe they mean cutting down. I don't know. We're gonna bake it. Here it is. It's ready to go. Do not worry if the sheets crinkle up a bit. Score into equal squares using a sharp knife. Bake at 350 for 30 to 35 minutes or until lightly golden brown and something. I cut that last line off. Okay, 30. Let's set a timer. 30 minutes. I'm gonna pop this into the oven. Oven needs to be at 350. It is. Into the oven it goes. Godspeed, little baklava. Start. Finger check. Yeah, we dropped the knife and just hands up. Okay. We're gonna take a quick break now. We're gonna do a couple minutes of advertisements on Twitch. When we come back, I'm gonna clean up the counter while that's going, and we're gonna get ready to make our syrup. The next step is the syrup. Then we'll do it between now and the next break. We're gonna do the syrup. We're gonna finish the baklava, and we're going to make pistachio butter. So that's what's coming up. Let's do a game of words on stream here. There we go. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. Logan says, I've only made baklava once. I use Chef John Chef's being cut through it, so maybe it's one of those that doesn't matter. I hope so. Ninja, I think so too.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. These towels are done. This cutting board is finished. Let's load the dishwasher. That. Hey! Hearing that sound with that much time left means the board was cleared. Good job. Or it was a... No, it means the board was cleared, period. There's no... Time doesn't work like that. It would have been still going time-wise, even if it was. All right. Put some stuff away. We're just staying on top of the dishes today. That's my goal. I feel like I've been... Not always, but when I let the dishes pile up during stream, it ends up being overwhelming at the end. I'm gonna put this leftover phyllo back in the freezer because I might end up using it for something. Whoa! One more word starts with C. Y'all get one more. Can you? That's incredible. Good work. It's extremely rare to have 3 games of words on stream within one ad break. It basically never happens. Usually we get to the end, not enough time to do another. This time, y'all are impressing. If you clear this board, I'll be very impressed. I mean, I'm generally impressed. I'm easily impressionable, but that. And I took that personally. Right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you're back. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. No one likes the ad breaks. I don't like them. You don't like them. Maybe you do. Maybe you have a thing for ad breaks. But like, if ad breaks are your thing and you like really love them, there's whole channels on Twitch that show ads from the past. You don't need to pay. You don't need to sit through them. Anyway, just a little note. Finishing a board here. Another one. Just continuing to clean. Was I supposed to put anything like foil or anything on top of that? No. No, I was not. Okay. All right, last guesses are done. Good work. Oh, that was fantastic. That was genuinely an impressive showing, and I mean that seriously. Good job. Robbie says, my college buddy baked the whole thing and cut it up after it came out and cooled. But what did she know? She was Greek. Valid. Baklava isn't specifically Greek. as far as I know. Is that correct? It's like basically a like generalized pastry. I think the neat thing about it is all the different takes on it. Okay, while baking, make the syrup. Combine the cinnamon stick, sugar, lemon juice, honey, and water in a saucepan. Bring to a boil, then reduce to medium-low heat and let simmer for 7 minutes until slightly thickened. Remove the cinnamon stick and allow it to cool. I think it's Turkish, but before Turkey existed. Right, like it's a regional thing. You can't describe it. It goes back far enough that like cultures have Mesopotamia, the Ottomans, yes. Yeah, that area. And there's all sorts of like different takes on it. Like the one that's like the sandwich baklava. Ottoman cuisine. Yes. That tracks. Okay. A cup of water and a cup of sugar. I'm just gonna have a small saucepan here. Basically making a simple syrup. A cup of water, 1 cup of sugar is 198 grams. So let's do 198 grams of sugar. 50, 60, 70, 203. Okay. Earlier, remember when I said I was going to take that vanilla bean and use it for something? We're going to use it in this. We're going to use it in this. That's the thing. Welcome in. GoPro, Slow Yo, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for bringing friends today. Axis Powers, hello. Hello. Raid, alert. Turn around. Thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. Y'all, welcome in. We are in the middle of a pistachio palooza. This is a sort of a coming out party for my pistachio cooking. I have never cooked pistachios before and recently found out I'm not allergic to them. So we're making a bunch of different things today. What have we made so far? Good question. Glad you asked. We've made a tart. Here it is. I give to you a pistachio tart. Visually, we're letting this cool a little bit more. It's still hot. So this still needs to come down a little bit. I'm going to take it off the stove, which is kind of warm, and let it sit on that tray for just a few minutes. In the oven, currently baking nicely, is a large tray of baklava, which is layers of phyllo dough with ground pistachios and sugar and butter. I'm making the sauce for that now, or the syrup for that. So once that pistachio dish comes out of the oven, we're going to make syrup, and the syrup gets poured all over it, and then it sort of it cools down and gets tasty. Gets good. After that, we're going to make pistachio butter. So once I'm finished with the syrup, before the baklava comes out of the oven, we're going to start making pistachio butter. That should be pretty straightforward. After that, we're going to do dinner, which is going to be a pesto. So we have like baked good, pistachio butter, and then like green. That's going to be dinner. So dinner is going to be pasta tonight. So we're sort of in the middle of everything. I would say we're on the back half of stream, but we're still in the middle of cooking a bunch of different stuff. So welcome in. It's nice to have you. Typically, this is a cooking stream. We do IRLs as well. I like to go out and about in the city. I live in Philadelphia, so it is a rich urban area, lots of opportunity. But mostly what we do here is cooking. I'm cooking generally for myself, my partner, and our son. And I'm live usually twice a week, but sometimes 3 times a week. So far, recently, the schedule's been Tuesday and Thursday from early afternoon until dinner time. So welcome in. Nice to have you. What's your favorite nut? I love baklava. I've never made it though. This is my first time. Wiki's baklava article has a list of different variations in various regions. Whose knows? Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's very it's sort of like, you know, any other dish. Baklava is like saying dim sum. Yeah, it's like other. You can make it with walnuts, you can make it with pecans, you can make it with almonds, you can make it with pistachios. You can combine all of those and make it a totally different experience. So any of those things are appropriate. You can use honey, you can use rose water, you can use different sweeteners. Like it's a really flexible sort of thing. It's just dough and nuts and filling, right? Favorite nut, DJ Harley says Robin Williams. R.I.P. He was a good one. He was definitely a good one. We are making the syrup now. We're combining the cinnamon stick, sugar, lemon juice, honey, and water. Okay, so I've added the sugar. I'm adding the water. I didn't measure that at all. All right, hold on. We're going to start over. We're going to start over because that was a lot more water than I needed, and I don't know how much. And it's just a little sugar. And before I waste other ingredients trying to figure that one out, let's just start again. Whose knows? Fair. Favorite commercial nut that one might buy in a grocery store. How about that? How about we ask a different? How about we ask a different way? 198 grams of sugar. Great. And then water. A cup of water is 237 milliliters. So we're going to do that. Access power. So you, having 3 pecan trees, would absolutely want to make baklava with pecans. 237 milliliters of water. Grams of water, which is milliliters. 1, 2, 267. Let me take a little bit out of there. There we go. Boom, 236. Perfect. A cup of water, a cup of sugar, half a cup of honey. 1 tablespoon is 21 grams. 8 tablespoons is a half a cup. So we do 21 times 8. I need 168 grams of honey, which is absolutely all the honey that's left in this container. I'm going to hit this in the microwave like 10 seconds so that it's just a little more liquidy and comes out of that jar easier. Try making your own phyllo dough. Nope, don't think I will. Not anytime soon. I'm not going to make my own I would love to make my own phyllo dough, but I'm not going to make my own phyllo dough on the same day that I'm making all this other stuff. That is not going to happen. Baklava can also be made with nafto. Yes, this is true. No rose water, Tatsu. No, it's different. It's a very simple recipe. There is no uncommon ingredients in this one. I would classify rose water as an uncommon ingredient, as in it's not something that your ordinary household has just hanging around. And further clarification, your ordinary American household. Understood that culturally, it may be very common in others, but not in an American household. Okay, 168 grams of honey. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 69, 169. Close enough. Close enough. And then lemon juice. How much lemon juice do I need? 2 tablespoons. I think I have, there might be 2 tablespoons of lemon juice left in here. there definitely is not 2 tablespoons of lemon juice left in there. So we're gonna get this other one out. 1 teaspoon. A teaspoon is 5 milliliters, which is right. So I want 30 milliliters of honey, which would be 30 grams. Kuzner says, I like macadamia nuts for white chocolate macadamia nut cookies. I think cashews and pistachios are my preferred for snacking. I definitely prefer pistachios now. I love candied pecans. Macadamia nuts I'm not allowed to eat, so that is unfortunate. Yeah, 30. I'm looking for 30 grams of lemon juice. 30 grams of lemon juice, there it is. Rosewater, Broccoli says rosewater is too hoity-toity for me. It's just from from the perspective of like, is it a common ingredient in a lot of foods that like American folks eat? No. So that's why I picked something from Simply Recipes so that it was very simple. John, hey John, orange blossom water is also uncommon, but common in South Asian and Middle Eastern kitchens. Exactly. Like in your kitchens where you have rose water regularly, that would not be a weird thing to have as an ingredient. But it's a different type of ingredient from what would be generally assumed to be in an American kitchen. And I need a cinnamon stick. So that's going to be in the cabinet over here. Somewhere. I know I have them. But cinnamon sticks are one of those things that I'm like, I don't use all the time. So it's somewhere in a weird spot I've got to dig for. Hold on. I know that they're in here because the last time I cleaned out this cabinet, there was a bunch of them and I didn't exactly get rid of them. Okay, so I don't feel bad. So where did I put them? Okay, they're not on the bottom shelf. They're not on that shelf. Are they behind the carrot syrup? No. Are they behind this extra flour? No. Are they behind the cayenne pepper? Are they under the vegetable oil? No. I need a taller chair. Yeah, I need to be able to see on the top shelf because I'm not tall. And I didn't look for these ahead of time. Where are the cinnamon sticks? Well, here's the thing. If I don't have the cinnamon sticks, if I can't find cinnamon sticks that I'm pretty sure I have, there they are. Hey. Come on out of here, friends. God, it's like going on a quest to find the cinnamon sticks. We did it. I got one. A cinnamon stick. Great. I think people in the US think of rosewater as a cologne or a soap. I think that may also be true. I know like rosewater is very pungent, so it's definitely one of those things where if you have it for cocktails, like available, that's like the other thing I think if you're like a cocktail type person, you might have rosewater like around. But it's very strong. I do know that it's very strong. All right, so we're gonna let this sit now. It says bring to a boil and then reduce it to medium-low heat and let simmer for 7 minutes until slightly thickening. All right, so we're gonna bring this to a boil as it says, and I'm gonna change which burner it's on because it's on the simmer burner and it's like literally never gonna gonna boil on that burner. Okay. I'm going to put these cinnamon sticks away again. I'm proud of me. Thank you. I am proud of myself for finding them, I guess. Committing to finding them. I knew they were in there. I almost gave up. I wanted to give up, but I didn't. I persevered. Okay. Finished with the sugar. Am I finished with this sugar? I don't need any sugar in the pistachio butter. No, I do not. I'm finished with the cloves. I'm finished with the cinnamon. Okay. So we have syrup on the stove, baklava in the oven, tart on the counter over here. Here we go, a little tart. So you can see it now. A little tart, cooling off. And we're about to make some cashew? Nope, try again. We're about to make pistachio butter. Put the sugar back in the cabinets. How's this baklava looking? Oh, looking good. No complaints. No complaints. Looks like it's coming along. All right. This is heating up. As soon as this boils, we'll drop it. As soon as this boils, I'm gonna put it on the simmer burner. So I will make an adjustment. Vanilla though. Thank you for joining. I'm gonna take this vanilla pod that I had earlier, and I'm gonna put that in the syrup as well. Because I was like, I'll use it for something. I'll probably use it for a simple syrup. Guess what? We're making simple syrup. Let's use it for that. That'll add a little extra flavor. We're gonna take the recipe and make it our own. See, we did it. We did it. All right. So the baklava, I regret to inform you all, is not going to be finished today. I just want to set the stage. When I say it's not going to be finished today, I mean I'm going to finish it in terms of having a completed product to be here it is. However, it needs to rest for about 4 hours. So I kind of buried the lead on that one, and I'm really sorry. But it needs to rest, it says, for at least 4 hours. You know what? Same. Agreed, Lemon. Agreed. But it does need to rest for 4 hours. The good news is that it also lasts on the counter for weeks, a week or two. So next week, when we come back and are live again, we'll be able to see the baklava. Right? That's boiling. I can hear it. Yep. Great. Perfect. Turn it on the simmer burner, and we're gonna simmer that. Oh yeah, smells like cinnamon, smells like vanilla, smells like honey. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna let that simmer now for about 7 minutes. October Camille, welcome in. Jane Doe, nice to see you. Welcome. Playthrough crew, Emma, good to see you. Welcome in. Emma, I still owe you a sound redeem. A sound redeem. A whatever sound you want as your own command on stream. If you have something you can think of, let me know. I forgot. I didn't see. Here's the thing. I didn't forget because I just left it in the reward queue. It's still there. So, if you're like, hey, too much pressure, I could just refund the points and it's totally okay. Cinnamon vanilla bean honey ice cream. This is a simple syrup. I would love cinnamon vanilla bean honey ice cream though. That sounds fantastic. Smooth though. I feel like that's one that has to be, or ooh, that could have like honeycomb in it, or like honey crumble. I bet that would be really good. All right. This is gonna, as soon as this comes back to simmering, I'll get it. Go ahead and refund it. If I think of something, I'll redeem. Done. I will do that. Okay, we have done. It's like it's literally in the queue, and I was like, wait a second. I remember that. No pressure. Never any pressure. You can freeze the baklava. Yeah, you can. You can definitely freeze it. It lasts for a while. If you leave it out, it dries out. That's I know that from experience, having purchased it before. It dries out and gets really chewy. It's like gummy. Okay, let's make some pistachio butter. This one, y'all, seemed like the easiest of the easy recipes. Okay, I'm still like that. It was not quite simmering on that other burner. Now it was like just starting to simmer, and I put it on a lower heat burner, slightly lower heat, so it like hasn't quite come back to simmering. I'm keeping an eye on it because I want it to, like, as soon as it starts to simmer, I want to hit the timer. We'll figure it out. Fudge jelly, yeah, easy is what I wanted to go with today. So that's the move. Ice cream with honey. Honey is a very underrated ice cream topping. I definitely agree with that. It gets hard when you pour it on ice cream. It like really thickens up quite nicely, and it has a like chewy consistency when it's cold, and it's so delicious. Who knows? That would be that would be an interesting format for a stream. And then Master Splits can do cheesesteak versions of things, and then we can have like dinner and dessert. Jane, honeycomb ice cream, yes. Yeah, that was like that like little bit of crunch in the honeycomb ice cream is so good. Ice cream week. It can be, any week can be ice cream week if you try hard enough. Fellas, catch me up. I can absolutely catch you up. We have done a tart. The tart is finished. This is it. It's still in the pan. I didn't take it out of the pan, but here it is. It's ready. It's ready. This is a pistachio tart. It's solid now. It's only the underside is warm still, which is fine. I'm just like leaving it on the thing and cooling it off. So we made that. We did about an hour worth of baklava making. The baklava is in the oven right now. It's been cooking for 30 some minutes. Let's see. Yeah, it's I'm about to look at the baklava. This is now simmering, so I'm going to turn that down and start the 7-minute timer. The baklava has been in the oven for 30 minutes until lightly golden brown. Okay, so the baklava has been in there for 30 minutes. It might need a little longer. Let's take a look at it, and we'll figure that out together right now. Here we go. This is the baklava. I think, from my eye, that needs a few more minutes. It's looking really brown in like a couple spots. That back corner, oh, damn it. That back corner is very brown because the oven is hotter in the back. So I'm gonna rotate that and give it another 5 minutes or so. And we'll be finished with that. Then that can come out of the oven, and we'll pour. When that's done, this syrup should be in it. We'll let the baklava cool for just like a few minutes. We'll let the syrup cool for a few minutes, and then we'll it says spoon the cooled syrup over the hot baklava and let it cool. So they're going to come out roughly the same time. So I'll just let it cool for a few minutes, and then we'll pour it over. What's the fancy looking thing next to the Stream Deck? On the counter? This thing? This is also a Stream Deck. So the Stream Deck regular, and then this is a Stream Deck with knobs on it. So the knobs allow things like zooming in. It also allows like zooming in, this type of thing. It is a Stream Deck Plus officially. And this one has the adapter in the back of it that you can like plug a bunch of different USB stuff into. So whose knows? I agree. That would be a good ice cream. I'm gonna make ice cream again soon. I have a specific ice cream I'd like to make. Yeah, fellas, sugary cereal and ice cream, Cookie Crisp specifically. So thank you for the shout outs. We'll appreciate it. Pistachio butter is next, and we're just going to get that started because that takes a while in the food processor. It takes like 10-15 minutes. It says 5 to 10 minutes. Preheat the oven. Toast your pistachios. Remove from the oven and let cool. Transfer toasted pistachios to the bowl of a food processor. Process until pistachios break down into a fine powder. If you're using a blender, I'm not. Continue to blitz the nuts for 5 to 10 minutes. Scraping down the sides of the bowl as you go. Pistachio oil will help the butter process more smoothly. Once the butter has achieved your desired consistency, add salt and pulse once or twice to combine. Transfer to a jar. So literally this recipe is like, put the pistachios in the food processor, hit it for 5 minutes, and then maybe 5 more minutes, and then like a little salt, a little oil, done. That sounds super easy. Here's our food processor again. I did nothing to it since we made the other pistachios, or we did the pistachios for the baklava. So we have toasted pistachios. You can make any nut butter, and yeah, this was kind of a giveaway. When I say giveaway, I mean like, I was like, I'm gonna do 4 recipes, but it's really like 3, because this one, I don't know, I don't want to say it doesn't count, but like it's not. It doesn't have as many steps, really, is all there is to it. So we're gonna do this. I'm going to put this over here while it processes, because it is it'll be louder, and I will also move my microphone to the other side of my hat. Oh, weird. That is so weird. Now my head feels heavy on that side. Sofilf asks, what's the plan for the pistachio butter? None yet. The plan for the pistachio butter is probably rice cakes, toast, dip. I may use it to bake something like a cookie or something like that, but I don't have a plan for it. I just like. I also, one of my favorite things in the evening is a snack bowl. And what that is for me is just a bowl. I usually use sun butter or sunflower seed butter in the bowl, and then I throw like a bunch of stuff on top of it. I'll use the pistachio butter for that. Okay, that was my timer for the oven. Let's get that baklava out, and we'll take a look at it together. While that blender is blending, I haven't started the blend yet, but while that's moving, we're gonna do take the tart out of the pan. And take the tart out of the pan. Jamie, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, Tatsu, the stability of it. I've made pecan butter before, and yeah, it's looser. It's a lot it feels more liquidy. Yeah, Baker, I gotta my neck is like on the wrong side. All right, this looks good. I think these look good. Yeah, these look right about where I want them to be. Those are golden brown, the right color. They could be a little browner, I think, but I also don't think it's necessary. I think they look good right as they are. Damn it. There it goes. Ninja Bacon, I see your stretch redeem in there. Okay, so to be fair, I just saw it. I'll do that here in a minute. I'll do that here in just a minute. All right, so we're gonna get rid of the cinnamon stick. We're gonna get rid of the... Sorry, we're gonna get rid of the vanilla bean. And then I'm gonna take this and let this sit on this rack for just a moment here. I'm going to move this over here, and let's start that pistachio butter, okay? Pulse. Process until pistachios break down into a fine powder. Okay. Alrighty. Those appear to be in a fine powder. Now, continue to blitz for 5 to 10 minutes, scraping down the sides as you go until smooth and creamy. Okay, let's scrape. Do our first scrape here. And then we'll let this go for a few minutes. I'm going to set a timer just so I don't lose track of time. 5 minutes. We'll let that go. Pistachio tart. We are going to, using the tip of a knife, loosen the edges of the crust from the tart ring, set the tart pan on an inverted small bowl, and gently slide the tart ring downward away from the crust. Okay. Playthrough Crew asked, what goes into a snack bowl? Anything, really. A snack bowl is often like cereal. It could be fruit. So I'll look in the cabinet. If there's like some Rice Krispies in there, I would use that. If there are blueberries, I use that. M&Ms, loose chocolate, coconut, nuts, like mixed like nuts if I have them, that'll go in there. It's just a lot of stuff. It's like anything that I can pull out of the fridge. Trail mix, but on the couch. Exactly. And I line the bowl with sun butter or some sort of like nut butter, and that ends up kind of making it into a really like thick paste, which is great. And you kind of eat it. I just eat it with a spoon. And that is a snack bowl. That is what goes into a snack bowl. So I'll probably use it for that. Similar idea, Baker? Yeah, great minds think alike, right? I could make a cake and use the pistachio butter. That would be a good one. It is like watching a washer at the laundromat. It very much is. Look at it, it's like jumping around now. The wet couch mix. I know. It sounds so gross when you say it like that, but like it is. And depending on the level of snack necessity, I just use alternating larger or smaller size bowls. All right, this is stuck in place, so just a moment here. I'm gonna keep mixing this down. Yeah, Baker, that specific bowl, you know how that bowl plays with your own personal tastes. I get it. I get it. I like a metal bowl. Just like one of the metal cooking bowls. All right, this is dry, but we're moving through it. I just keep kind of keeping an eye on the time. It's been in there for about 2.5 minutes so far. So it said about 10, upwards of 10 minutes. Snack plate, Emma, yeah. If you can do it, that's also really good. Poor man's charcuterie board, who knows? No, that's true. That is true. How are you not hearing the blender? I feel like, do I sound like a robot at all? The microphone is on the opposite side of the thing, and it's actually a pretty soft sound right now. All right, this needs just a little bit of oil. I have some pistachio oil. Like I got pistachio oil that I'll use for like salad dressings for like the next couple months till it's gone. Ooh. So how much oil did this say roughly? A teaspoon. Great. Easy. Just gonna add like a little teaspoon of oil to that. And then I'm also gonna scrape it down. Hold on. You can't just pour the oil on top and expect change. That's not how it works. Okay. Scraping, scraping, and scraping. There we go. Yeah, the gating is pretty good. It also gates a lot of sounds that I want it to let through, like kitchen sounds, so it's kind of a trade-off, right? Crust and texture are good. Broccoli, that's great. I mean, that's huge. Good review for the neighbor. We measure oil with our heart. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's a balance, right? Because depending on how fresh or dry, or fresh or old those pistachios are, they could be really oily or they could be not that oily on their own. So it's like a teaspoon, but it's also kind of like, you know, however much makes sense for it to be like the right consistency. All right, this is definitely starting to process into a butter now, though. The bottom, there's like little bits on the bottom that are looking like butter. Do I have anything in the oven? No. Do I have anything going in the oven? Also, no. All right. Good. Okay, so this syrup is finishing. This tart is good using an offset spatula. Carefully slide the tart off the pan onto a serving plate. I am going to slide this onto a cardboard round instead of a plate, because a cardboard round is going to be flat. Yeah, this is definitely starting to turn into a butter now. You can see a large, it'll be coming around the front right here. Right here it comes. It's like this big slow moving blob. Right there. That is what we're looking at. It's rotating that over and over and over, like pulling the bottom out. So it is coming along. Okay, using an offset spatula, it says, get the tart off the pan. Yes. Yay! There it is. There's the bottom. Pretty good. Looking pretty solid in the spots. If I can hold it up like that, that means it's dry too, which is awesome. All right, this needs a little bit more oil. Super Cat, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Hey, that is a 12-month in advance tier 1 channel subscription. That's like the best type of that tier 1 where someone hits subscribe. We love that channel. We love that. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Genuinely. It looks delicious. Thank you for that too. All right, I'm gonna pour a little more oil in here. Ooh, that changed the sound. Yeah, now it's moving quick. The blob. The blob. It's coming. You can see it come back around. All right, tart looks good. That looks great. Let's get this syrup onto my baklava now. Switch. All right, the baklava pan is still... I would lift it up and move it around the kitchen, but I would not carry it very far. So it's still hot. So the baklava is still hot, which is great. This is saying to do this until remove the cinnamon stick and allow to cool. How cool is this supposed to be? Again, is this supposed to be like cool to the touch? Like, I still can't touch the bottom of this pan. Should it be cooler than that? Probably not. I think that's probably okay. Because it tells you to make the syrup while your baklava is in the oven, which I did. So it also tells you to add it while it's still hot. So I don't think this needs to cool completely. I think it just needs to cool a little bit. All right, maybe I'll give that just another few moments here while I give this another stir. Okay, this is very hot now. I'm gonna give this a pause for a second. Let's try it. It's unsalted, so this is totally about consistency. Needs more oil. And it's not quite there. It's not as smooth as I want it to be, but it's almost there. It does need a little more oil. It's definitely going to need some salt. I want to call it completely cool, but cool enough to work with when I burn my freaking mouth off. I think to me, it's like cool enough to touch the bottom of the pan, right? If it's cool enough that I could like touch that, still warm, it's okay. If I sat that on my hand right now, I would burn. That would be a first degree burn. No question. So a little bit more oil. I'm gonna add the salt that it said, and we're gonna let this cool off here in the food processor for just a moment. More to the point, I'm gonna let the food processor cool off. It's not hot and it's not straining. I don't hear it like whining or anything, but the mix in here is warm, quite warm. I don't know if that matters too much though, if the mix is warm. I'm more worried about the food processor being overtaxed, but it doesn't sound like it's straining and it doesn't feel like it is, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's not that big of an issue. Whatever. We're gonna let it sit like that for just a second though. Okay. Okay. Ninja Bacon says, a couple of days ago, I burnt the roof of my mouth because I don't like waiting for my food to cool down. If you were watching the stream the other day, we'll stretch here. Do a little stretch while I'm waiting, literally waiting for everything to cool down. I was making potatoes the other day and I put one in my mouth and it was like an instant mistake. You could totally tell, like right away. Yeah. Man. It feels great. Amazing. Oh, that felt great. That felt great. Okay, check, 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 all check. Good, good. Okay. Cool, cool. I remember that because I made a sarcastic comment about things just out of the oven being hot. There we go. Almost. I could almost put my hand on the bottom of that and hold it there. So, that's probably cool enough, right? We're gonna pour this on really slowly and let it soak in. So I think it'll be okay. Spoon the syrup over the baklava. Well, it'll certainly cool off as I spoon it over. So let's do that. We are now doing the last step of the baklava before it gets sat and rested for a couple hours. So we're just gonna do this real slow. Spoon some of that in my coffee. I bet it would be really good. I didn't actually taste this syrup after I finished it. Really good. Mostly honey. The primary flavor in that is honey, which is typical. I mean, that's like my recollection of baklava is like mostly honey. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this, and then we're going to take a little break. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of advertisements on Twitch. We're going to do a game of words on stream. When that is over, we're going to and while that's happening, I'm going to do 3 minute. I'm going to turn the butter back on the food processor and finish doing that. We'll just do like 3 more minutes of pistachio butter processing, and then when we come back, I'll clean the food processor and we'll get started on dinner stuff. J Mug, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for coming through. Hey, man, this is looking so good. I want to pour this all over the thing, but I'm not, because you're not supposed to. And it is almost done. I only have a little bit left here. I feel like I need to just make sure I get around the edges. Just like a line all the way around the edge. specifically, just like down the edge of the thing. There we go. Beautiful. I always appreciate your enthusiasm, J-Monk. I hope you're doing well. I hope March is treating you as well as you need it to. All right. Now that just needs to rest. So that is just going to soak in. And I guess this is done. I suppose this baklava is finished. It's not finished insofar as is it set yet? No, but it's looking good, and we can file it away over on the side here. Okay, I'm gonna move these. I want to move these all the way over to the edge of the counter so that they are completely out of the way. I turned the oven off. I used all of the rest of the toasted pecans in the butter. I realized I was going to have some extra toasted pecans for the, excuse me, for the pesto. I didn't. I used them. So I'm going to toast a few more. Pistachios. Apologies. I've still got the same sheet pan, so I'm just going to use like the same sheet pan from before. We're going to toss these in the oven, and then toss these in the oven. We're going to turn the motor back on this thing and let this blend for a few more minutes, and we're going to take a quick break. That's what's coming up next for your awareness. Let's do, the oven's real hot now. Let's do 8 minutes on here. We did 9 minutes earlier, and that was like enough, but I'd opened the oven a couple times. We'll do 8 minutes, and hopefully that'll be okay. I'm not having baklava for dinner. We're having pesto for dinner. Back after a shower. But enjoy. I hope you have a good one. Hey, thanks for the timer. Look at that. We got a real timer going. Love a real timer. All right. We're going to do a quick break for words on stream. Here that comes. If you're on Twitch, you're going to get a 3-minute ad. If you're not already a subscriber, if you are a subscriber, you're going to be able to hear me talk during this next like couple minutes here. So we're going to start a game of words on stream. I'm going to clean up in the sink. We're going to keep the good flow of dishes in, dishes out going, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes. Here comes words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We will be RB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, I'm turning the pistachio butter back on again. Yeah, okay, that's on. Let's get this sink peered out. Put stuff in the dishwasher. And then we'll be turn our attention to some pesto. Oh, I also need to put a pot of water on the stove for pasta. So I'm anticipating, for y'all who are usually, regulars here, I'm anticipating we're going to finish a little bit earlier than usual today. So just like a heads up, we're probably not going to go all the way till 7:30. We'll probably go a little bit, just a little bit under that. So for those of y'all keeping track, just a heads up, if you're usually scheduling around the end of stream for some reason or another, just want to give you a heads up. I anticipate being finished a little earlier. Doesn't mean I'm actually going to be finished earlier. Oh no. Oh no. As we know, we're not actually done until the raid goes. All right, got about a minute left in this ad. I'm gonna be on top of these dishes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. But I do need to remember to put a big pot of water on the stove. I won't forget that though, because I'm like making pesto for dinner and it goes on pasta. Oh shoot, I wanted to roast some chicken too. That's easy though. I don't need to really think about that one. Hey, nice work. Nice work. And do one more? You can do one more. One more. All right, if you were on Twitch getting an ad break, you're back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you waiting for the return of the broadcast. If you didn't wait, then you're not hearing me right now, so, you know, whatever, I guess. Anyway. We are finishing a Game Awards in stream. I am finishing this pistachio butter, and we'll be back here on the big screen in just a moment. And I'll catch up and say hi to anybody who popped in during words at that time. All right, we are just about there. If you are guessing, you have one more guess. The sound of the lock. Ready? Last guesses. Get your last guesses in. Last guesses. Iffy was a good one. Oh, wait. How is Rant not one? That's weird. Rant should have been one. It definitely should have been one. And you had a guess available, DJ Harley. So that was the puzzle just telling, that was the puzzle saying that it wasn't valid. That was a fake R. Hate the fake ones. No fake R's. No fake R's allowed. I wish that was a setting. We'd be like, can we just keep it simple for all of us? Please. 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 Bellyflops, welcome in. Good to have you. Hope you're having the day that you were hoping for. All right, let's finish. This looks great. I'm gonna have to wash this because I want it for my pesto. So let's let me give this a free rinse here. Right, and then this is our pistachio butter. It is looking beautiful. Let's get it out of here. It's very warm right now, like everything in here is hot. So it's going to be way more liquidy than it will be after it cools down. And this is something that I'm going to keep in the refrigerator. Similar to like sun butter, when I have an open container of sun butter, when you keep it in the cabinet, which you can, it is it's liquidy. It's very liquidy. All right, before I commit to taking this out of here, let's try it and like test it, right? See if there's, I feel like this is probably going to need more salt. So I'm like, prepared for that. It actually doesn't. Does it? It's hard to tell. Maybe a little bit. Maybe like just a little bit more. So let's get that lid back out. I tossed it in the sink. I started to rinse it off, but I did that before I was thinking. So we're just going to rinse this enough that I can just pop it back on here for a moment. And we'll add, I want to add just a little bit more salt to this because I don't really know. Check the oven. Thanks. That's why the timer went off. Yeah. About 15 more seconds. Those would have been done. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it. Good looking out. And then chicken. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put chicken in the oven. So let's do this. We're gonna put this back on. I added a little salt. We're gonna give it a blitz, and then try it again. Doesn't need that much. Just yeah. I love unsalted nut butter. I like buy it usually without salt. No, I usually buy it without sugar. Okay, that's done. Now, before processing that, let me get this chicken I just mentioned. I'm going to take that and toss it directly in the oven. I think I had one that was boneless and one that had bone in. I want the boneless. These are chicken thighs. Got these. How about a little honey? I'm not going to sweeten it. I was thinking about different stuff in here. I like it how it is. I don't really want it to be too sweet. I want the pistachio to be the primary thing. I'm afraid if I add other stuff to it, it's going to start complicating it. And I really just want to keep it as simple as possible this time. Carly, welcome in. I also don't really know what I'm going to use it for. Like, probably going to use it mainly for like eating, just like general. But if I end up wanting to use it for a recipe, I don't want it to have a sweetener in it. I want to be able to like manage that if that's the route that I go. So that was my thought. Okay, chicken thighs, seasoned on one side, seasoned on the other. And then these are ready to pop in the oven. I'm going to turn the oven up to 400. And now I'm going to put a big pot of water on the stove. As I said, we need to do that too. For dinner. All right. Calvin should be out of school now. That does not mean that he's going to be home right away. Usually they stay at the playground for a little while. So they may be home in the next 10 minutes. They may not be home before stream ends. I don't know. So that's where we're at in terms of timing. All right, I'm going to take the butter out of here. My pot is filling in the sink, filling with water. But I suspect that they'll be home quickly today. As I said, Gwen's folks are here, so I kind of suspect that he'll want to come home. Maybe not. He likes being at the playground a lot. What kind of noodles are we using? Honestly, who says? I don't know. I'm going to pull out some dry noodles from the cabinet. I don't have a specific thought today for noodles. I don't even know what's in there. So it's either going to be one of the dry box noodles that we have in there or spaghetti, because I know we have spaghetti. Any of those things are fine. The point is the pesto. The point is not the noodles. Okay. So we're going to throw the water on the stove. I'm going to put some salt in here. Dana, welcome in. I love pistachios. Me too. I just recently. So I'll answer both. I'll speak to that, and I'll also answer Uncommon Wolf's question. I recently found out that I am not allergic to pistachios, as in I can eat them. I didn't know that. For 40 years, I've been avoiding pistachios, and now I'm not. So today, we're making several pistachio things. Currently finished and completed, we have a tart, a pistachio tart, and then I also have pistachio baklava on the counter. Those are done and ready. The tart we could eat. The tart I could cut and eat right now. The baklava is going to take a little time. It needs about 4 hours at least, it said, to cool down. We're going to be finished stream before that's ready to go, but we'll be able to see it again on stream next week. I'll be live at least 2 days next week, Tuesday and Thursday, I believe, are on the schedule, and either day there will be baklava left over. I will make sure of it. So if you come in and check in, or if you don't checking in is very specific language for out here. But if you come in at any day next week and ask to see the baklava, it will be available for visual inspection at that time. All right, but this is butter, pistachio butter. It's not green in the sense of you think of green pistachios and all, because these are not the super bright green pistachios. So I don't know. It just isn't. If you're disappointed, that's on you. All right, but that's good. Baklava is probably one of my favorite ways to have pistachio, Uncommon says. I've never had pistachio baklava before, but I've had baklava and it's super good. He says, I sliced up a leftover sirloin thin and chopped some iceberg and tossed them with some blue cheese dressing. That is a really good dinner. I love that. That's a sort of black, what do they call it? Black and blue salad? I think there's a sort of a name for that term. It doesn't look the same. No, I mean, it's a weird, this is like a brown mustard color. Text, hello. It's definitely a brown mustard color, but it's pistachio. I mean, it tastes like it, so so that's a good thing. Okay, but we'll recap. I'll show these again later, but here's the baklava I made. It's soaking, and then this is the tart. I'm going to slice this a little later once the pesto's done. So we've got some pistachio things already here. I'm gonna go over to the sink real quick and clean this food processor because it is it needs to get cleaned so that I can use it for pesto. All right, come on over to the sink with me for a moment. Da-da-da-da. There we go. My only regret is not being there to partake. It is hopefully good. I wonder, here's the thing about streaming and eating on stream is that y'all see it, but it could be really bad. It could be really bad. And if I wanted to be like, that was so good, I totally could. And I don't. And I've definitely not liked things that I've made and said so on stream before. But you could totally just feel like, that was really delicious. I wouldn't lie to you like that, though. That's not very honest. Okay. And yeah, this is sticky. I would not want to have put pesto in here because this is such a different consistency. You totally could. It's going to have all the same ingredients, just like processed differently or longer. Almost there. Just getting the real sticky stuff off of here. Oh, I could do that. I could have made you know what? If I was smart, I could have made a sauce, like butter sauce out of this and poured like hot water in here. And then like a little bit of hot water, a little bit of butter, some garlic. I could have definitely done a more, instead of just rinsing it down the drain. But you know, now we know. Yeah, who says? And to be very clear, I don't think I would do that because like, I don't have that type of pride wrapped up in this scenario. I value integrity more than pride. And if I just always told you that things were the best thing I'd ever had or amazing or whatever, you'd stop believing me after a while. Peppercini. Peppercini is a perfect topping for that. Did you toast the peanuts? Listen, did you toast the peanuts? There's significant discussion about the value of toasting the nuts earlier, and I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't ask if your salad peanuts were toasted. They were already. Okay. Whew, thank gosh. Crisis averted. Okay. There's a weird sound in the song. It's either that or there's a bird outside making a noise. I'm close enough to the window that I can't really tell. I feel like it might be a bird, actually. I did take the nuts out of the oven. I did. It was a good reminder. I forgot they were in there. My timer went off. I forgot. I thought the timer was for the nut butter. It wasn't. I remembered. They came out. They were not burned. Not burnt. They were in good condition. Jim, I hope the shower was rejuvenating. They usually are. One of these days, I'm going to slice my hand wide open on this thing. I know it. I'll cut myself with every other knife in this kitchen. Why not this one? Is today going to be today? Stay tuned. Gotcha, just always toast the nuts. Earlier, the discussion was that the recipe does not specify toasting. And I feel like if you have a recipe that the nuts should be toasted in, like it should say to toast them. It should just be part of the recipe because it's not always instinctual to get or purchase toasted nuts, right? Like that's not always going to be the first thing that someone thinks of. Broccoli says, I'm not a fan of using my food processor because it's a pain to clean, but it's necessary for pork and shrimp pot sticker filling and some sauces that need to be whooshed, but not blended. Yeah, the blender is aggressive. The food processor is a little better. I was thinking of using the blender for the nut butter, but I decided not to. I figured the like large format Ninja blender would be just like too much. Did you know that people who don't rinse their dishes before they put them in the dishwasher? I was shook when I found out. I did know that, and I personally, let's try it. We should be back. Thank you for the note. As these microphones get older and older, they have less and less battery life. So that mic that used to take a long time, that used to have full battery, now does not. All right, and I've plugged in my base station. Yeah, this one just died. That's all. I have a new one that I didn't use. You know, I have two sets of these. I have one that is for the kitchen and the other one that's for outside, the outdoor one. I love them. I would definitely like. I'm not like they're not a sponsor or anything, and I don't get anything from saying this, but they've been really good. They've been easy microphones to work with, generally speaking. They are supposed to be dirty for the good version to be effective. But like they don't have to be filthy, right? Lemon Streamer Gear Emporium, right? Step right up. Step right up. Pesto. This should be super easy. Pesto is basically, excuse me, basically greens, lemon juice, nuts, Parmesan, garlic, and olive oil, or oil, generally oil. The oil that I'm going to use this time, we're going to use a little pistachio oil, and we're going to use some olive oil. We're going to use the toasted pistachios, of course. I've got a bunch of different greens. I've got basil in there. I've got parsley, and I've got a few other things. So we're going to use basically just all the greens. But before the greens go in, I like to make pesto in order of density, right? So you put the nuts in first, and then the garlic, and then the Parmesan. If you're using like a chunk of Parmesan, you put like the chunk in there. If you're using like already shredded Parmesan, you don't need to do that. Then you put the greens, then you put like the oil, kind of everything layers on top, because the nuts need more blending than the basil does. So that's the motivating factor. And I'm using a lot in here. I'm using way more than I usually do because I want this to be a pistachio forward pesto. So that's the goal. So more pistachios than I would typically put in walnuts or pecans, which are what I usually use in here. So let's do, and the other thing, I'm not blanching any of my greens, so they are going to get a little bit, they're not going to stay as like verdant after they get beat up by the food processor. But like, again, I'm eating this at home and I don't care. It doesn't need to be bright green. So, are you allergic to pine nuts? No, I love pine nuts. Pine nuts are great. We'll do like a quick blend of these. Then we'll toss in. Okay. So those are basically like dust slash teeny tiny chunks now. I'm not going to add those. I didn't measure any of the, I didn't like measure the pistachios. So I was just like, I looked at these are the ones that were left, and I was like, that's going to be too many. Maybe it's not. I don't know. We'll see. Garlic though. Garlic next. So throwing garlic in here. Who's snacking pistachios? Yeah, I'll finish those before stream ends. I might finish those right now, momentarily. I'm going to trim the garlic. I'm not cutting it or dicing it or doing anything to like cut it up. Really, I'm just going to trim the ends off because it's going in a food processor to get processed. So like, don't need to cut it up. I'm going to add, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cloves of garlic because that's the right amount. That's what my heart tells me. I process garlic with salt and a drizzle of oil to pre-chop, then everything else a bit at a time. That's kind of where, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, with this. I did the nuts first. I'm going to throw the garlic and exactly that, just like a splash of oil in there. And then like the rest of things, the rest of it. Yeah, so we're just taking the paper off. Take the paper off. Just pop those right in the top. I'm just kind of crushing them in my hands too. Actually, let me just cut the tops off all of these. Efficiency. Do all of the same action at once, then do all of the next action. Yeah, I'm not chopping these. I'm just making sure that all I'm just doing my paperwork. Garlic and all of its stupid little paperwork. I'd use the whole bulb. This is a big bulb. Who's knows? It was a very big bulb. I may add more. Like, I'm going to taste it, and if it needs more garlic, we'll just add more garlic to it. It would not be hard to do that. I will say that once it's kind of in its pesto form, though, I don't really want to be adding like large solids that should have been added well beforehand. You know, like I said, you kind of take the solids and process them in order of their like thickness and density. So like I always do the nuts first and then the garlic. I don't really want to add like a clove of garlic at the end. But if we need to, we will, of course. Like, I'm not going to not do that if it's needed. I am going to leave this out on the counter. So we'll see. But that should be a good bit of garlic. I'm going to add a little bit of pistachio oil to this. And blitz. Looking good. I could mince it before putting it in. That's true. I don't really want to, but like I probably would if I was adding another clove or two. I probably wouldn't like mince it. I would probably just smash it a bunch more with my hand. Okay, so the garlic is in, the pistachios are in. Let's add some Parmesan to this. I had Parmesan from the other day. This is the Parmesan that I grated already. So I'm going to add just a little bit of this. It's not in a chunk. It's like loose Parmesan. So this will blend in kind of like right away, or at least it should. And again, I don't have a recipe for this. I make pesto regularly enough that I'm just like adding to the point where I usually like, oh, that's about right. At some point, I'd like to maybe have like a pesto recipe that I write, but I haven't. Just haven't gotten there yet. A little salt, a little pepper. Next in is going to be the greens. We're going to start adding basil and parsley. But I have a bunch of basil, several bunches of basil, in fact. We're going to add the leaves and the stems because they're both edible, and I don't see why I don't understand why people add only the leaves. But I was a little annoyed because the basil only comes in these like plastic blister packs. So we're going to add this. I will take the flowers out of there. That's not necessary. But the rest of this, the flower buds are going to be a little bitter, but the rest of this should be okay. So add the basil and the parsley, and then we'll blend again. By then, it's going to be sort of like a paste, and we'll need to start adding oil to it, oil and lemon juice. Then it'll be pretty much finished. We'll add some more salt, some more pepper, and oil to balance it, and then we'll be done with the pesto. So the pesto is, like I said, sort of a super easy thing. I generally love making pesto with leftover greens. So things that are carrot tops work really well in here. Basically all my leftover herbs at the end of the week. If I have herbs left over in the summer, pesto is one of the best things to do with those. And yeah, that is a woody stem. That is like wildly thick. No to that one. No to the flower buds. Right. That looks good. Got some basil. So this is not going to be an entirely basil pesto. We're also going to use their greens. So, what do we get? What do we got? We got parsley. So a bunch of parsley in here. Add that. I'm just going to literally take this and put this whole thing in there. I already cleaned it. It's good. Stuffed. Stuffed. There we go. And what are the greens? What are the greens that I end up with? Also curly parsley. Toss that in there too. Tornado says, so I made some garlic bread and seasoned it with my new pizza seasoning created, and it turned out so good. Did you, good, I'm glad. Did you keep track of what you were putting in the seasoning, or were you like trying to make a new one, or was this just sort of like impromptu? Could you recreate it? I guess, better question. Pizza combos. I've had pizza combos and they are really good. All right, chives too. A couple chives. So I've got all my greens in here now. We're going to add to this some more oil. That's going to be it for the pistachio oil. The rest of this I'm going to do olive though, because I don't want this to be that heavy. On the pistachio side. It is going to be heavy on the pistachio side, but all right, I'm going to add some lemon juice. I'm going to add some more salt. Add some more pepper. Have the recipe. I learned to write it down as I go so I can do it again. Smart. Especially for dry spices. It's all weight and you can just like, yeah, share the recipe. It, I'd be curious what your ratios were. I remember the spices. All right, my water is almost boiling for my pasta. That means my chicken should be doing really well too. Yeah, chicken's almost done. All right, let's get this on and then start to grind this up. There we go. Chaos, thank you. It's exciting. I'm excited about the Bakugo. And I'm very sorry that we won't get to like have it on stream today because it needs to rest for a while, but it will be, and we'll have it next week. Adding more olive oil to this to liquefy farther. Everything's getting blended in. A little more lemon. This is just wrapped around the center now. These like parsley stems have just wrapped around the center like hair around a vacuum. All right, that should be better. Yeah, there it goes. Get that parsley. No match. No match. Yeah, totally just wrapped up in here. All right. Taste test time. So here's what we're, okay, I need, for one, it's not quite taste test time. I need to stir this. It looks like there's some stuff on the bottom, a little stuck on the bottom. Just kind of make sure this is like fully mixed, fully incorporated. And okay, spicy, lemony, more cheese, needs more cheese, does not need more garlic, needs more cheese and more olive oil. Yeah, just more of those two things. Okay, let's use the rest of the cheese. Easy. Water is boiling. Do not need more garlic. More cheese, more olive oil. Blend. Try again. The olive oil just cuts the acidity, or the tartness from the lemon and the garlic. So there's like a nice, there's like a spot right in the middle where it tastes perfect, where there's like a nice balance. A little bit more salt, a little more pepper, and we're good to go. Water's boiling for my pasta. So let's do two things. One, I'm going to blend this up. Then we're going to take the temp of our chicken that's in the oven. One more fry. Okay. Creamy, smooth is the first thing you get. Then you get tartness, you get the lemon, then the garlic hits. That's really good. That has two different phases to it. Beautiful. Alrighty. That is worth it. Let's take this off. I'm going to clean up a little bit. Let me take, like I said, let me take my temp of the chicken. The chicken's not quite finished yet. I can't imagine the chicken's done yet, but it'll be, should be pretty close. There's one like big piece of chicken. There's one chunk, like the largest. Let's temp the largest chunk. Hey, look at that, 185 degrees. Never mind, chicken's finished. Yeah, chicken's done. Let's take it out of the oven. Reminder, when it's done, we take it out. Okay, so this is just gonna literally, I'm just gonna chop that up and mix it into the pasta. There's not gonna be any sort of like fanciness to that. I was gonna do like pesto chicken and coat it in the pesto, but like, let's go chop it up and toss it in there. Easy, right? All right, let's take a few seconds and clean up so that I don't have all of this stuff sitting right out on my counter. And we'll get the pasta in. And again, this is something where if folks don't want to eat right away, you know, if Gwen and Calvin are at the playground for a while longer, totally fine. It can sit in the pot on the stove for an hour or two. And when we're ready to eat, it'll be there. Trying to keep things, again, easy today. That's the goal. Easy, easy. All right, that's good. I should not need any more olive oil. I do not need these spices or herbs out. And the pistachio oil I can put in the cabinet with the other oils. Ready to go. Okay, let's see what we have in terms of pasta, shall we? Who's noticed this? Now I want to make a super garlic forward pesto. Roasted garlic, raw garlic, garlic infused oil, garlic salt, garlic everywhere. I would love that. I love roasted garlic in a pesto. It makes it so different. It takes it in a completely different direction. Because usually you're having like raw garlic and it's like spicy and really good. But with the roasted, it's like a savory situation. All right. I think we're gonna go with this. This is the pasta for today because it's just called shell bows, and I think that that's probably funny. That's like the funniest. That's the funnier of the options. The other one is cavatappi, which doesn't really. I don't really whatever. This is gonna scoop up the pesto better, so I'm gonna use that. Shell bows are the move. Check pasta. 2 to 3 minutes prior to the end of cook time. What is the cook time? Uh, 13 minutes, it says. So 10 minutes for the pasta. Wait, check it at 10 minutes. My water is boiling. So, in you go. Ten-minute timer started. Do I have any weird, not weird, do I have any like boxes or bags of like loose pasta in here that sort of doesn't really have a home? The reason is that we have a couple additional folks here today. So now I'm like, is a pound enough? I don't know. So I'm gonna actually add a little bit of spaghetti to this too. Just like the literal worst thing you could do is run out of pasta. Like we don't want to do that. So we have guests. So like let's add a little bit to that. You ever see those TikTok or Instagrams where it's the theme? Theme's not the right word. The premise is that like, you know, uneducated person cooks Italian food in front of like a real Italian, and someone like breaks the pasta, and it's like, you know, the person's like partner is like, oh no, why do you do that? Why did you break the pasta? Oh no, and they're like really upset about it. And it's such a farce, but it's really funny. 100 grams per person lemon. That is a good note. I usually make a pound for the three of us, and then we have leftovers the next day. Like Gwen has some for lunch. I put some in Calvin's lunch, and then like there's like another serving. So usually a pound of pasta will get us through dinner. Everybody gets, you know, seconds if you want it, and then there's leftovers. I don't want to run out. Mixing two different shapes together is hurting my soul. I'm really sorry. I'm waiting because there's 8 minutes left on the clock. This takes less time to cook, so I'm waiting another 20 seconds to put this in. So I am trying to at least make it consistently cooked. It's illegal in most countries to break your spaghetti. Listen, do we need to turn the sink camera on for a second, not so we don't get in trouble? All right, I am going to break it. Into the pot it goes. We're going to give these a stir. All right. Should all be ready roughly at the same time. I already salted my water. Did I salt my water? I did. I did. Okay. While that's cooking,
this is your friendly reminder to save a cup of your pasta water.
I got you. Let's do it. That's right. So in order to do that, here's what I do. I put the colander in the sink. I put the thing right in there. Can't forget. It's impossible to forget. It's not. It's trust me when I say that it is not impossible to forget, even when you do that. I have absolutely in the past brought the pot of pasta over to the sink, been like, why is there a dish in my colander? Taken it out and poured the water through it. So anyway, all right. I'm gonna cut this chicken up into just like little pieces. Let me wash my hands real quick. I'm gonna cut this up. So that it integrates better. I was thinking of shredding it, but because there's small like noodles that things kind of slip inside of, I'm going to cut them into really, really small like chunks. That way, hopefully they get inside of the noodles, and it's not like you get little bits. Little bits. Carl, welcome in. Hello. I'm even going to slice these in half, and then we'll do teeny tinies. This way. like I said, so for y'all who are hanging out here, if you've been hanging out all afternoon, thanks. We've been live for a little while. I said just a bit ago that I'm probably not going to be live till like, I'm usually live till around 7:30, 7:45. I don't think that's going to happen today. So just like a heads up, we've been working today, and we're doing good though. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, I'm just doing like little teeny pieces of chicken. That way they get incorporated inside of the shell bones, which is maybe going to happen, maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. I have about 3 minutes left for this pasta. We're going to do one more break before we do finish today, though. So once I finish this chicken, we're going to take our final words on stream of the stream. And when we come back from that, we will get everything together here for dinner. I will cut a piece of that tart. I'll show you the tart. I'll show you the baklava. I'll show you the pistachio butter, and then we'll try a little bit of dinner. And then that'll be it. And for everyone who's been hanging out for longer today, I appreciate you. Hey, for folks who have joined stream like earlier in the day today, is this a good time? Like, do you like that I've been doing today, Tuesday and this week, and Thursday this week, and Thursday of last week, we did longer, Tuesday and Thursday last week. This is the second week in a row, I think, now that I've done like longer streams on Tuesday and Thursday. And I think I might keep that schedule up because it's super conducive to like how I have my schedule already, as well as Calvin's school and Glenn's work. And I think trying to do like just dinner time a couple nights a week is it works, but I've been enjoying these more longer format streams. But one of the things that I considered was that it is important to me to continue having the stream at the time that I've had it, which is to say like between 4 and 7 p.m. It's been important for me to like maintain some level of streaming schedule because that's when I've been streaming for a long time. So it is, lots of folks are used to that. So it's important that I maintain that. But instead of doing like trying to do like 3 or 4 days a week, I've been having like, I like the idea of just having like a longer, like a start time, and then we kind of go later. So thoughts on that would be appreciated, because I'm being intentional about it. I'm trying to like maintain a regular schedule and be predictable about when I'm going to be online, because like not only does that help for an audience, but it helps for me as a human. Calvin and Gwen just got home. FYI, it might get a little louder, a little noisier in here. So as we progress towards the end of the stream, just an FYI, that might be the case. So Fluffy, love an earlier stream. Baker says great timing. I like that. Thanks. Yes, Fudge Darling, great time watching from the playground before dinner. I do so much at the playground. I feel you. Who's knows? Good luck on all the job applications. That's an amazing way to use your day. And applying for jobs would definitely be something I could do while watching the stream, because you're sort of like transactional. One, then the next, then the next. You're not like, yeah, cool. Who's knows says I like it because you do not seem as rushed and it gives you time to vibe. I like that too. Thank you for calling that out, because that is also something that I feel. It is easier and I feel less harried. Like Gwen and Calvin just got home, right? And for a long time, for years of stream, I would have been like the middle of cooking dinner. Today, I'm like at the end. We're getting towards the end, and dinner's almost ready. Also, my intention today is that I want to be able to go to Rita's later today. Don't tell Calvin. It's free water ice day in Philly, and like, who the hell doesn't like free water ice? And they're open till like 9 p.m. So anyway, Feral Terminator, welcome in. Good afternoon. Nice to see you. Hello. Hello, everybody's home. I have a full house now. Both of Gwen's parents are here. Calvin's home. Gwen's home. Progress will stop. We are making dinner. Hey, dude. How's it going? Oh, you sweaty. You sweaty. Hey.
That's right.
I know that's right. Good to see you. Hey, dinner's almost ready. I know. Hey. I don't know if Nana and Popsy are going to want to. Did Mom mention anything about snacks today? Desserts, snacks?
No.
It's free water ice day at Rita's.
No, I knew that.
Okay. I was thinking if we eat earlier, maybe we could do that. But that doesn't require Mom to participate. Mom looks like she might not want to participate in any more things today. It's free water ice day at Rita's. I was thinking we could go after this.
Purposely holds water.
No, she did it.
Can you just like...
Well,
okay.
I drove by. There's lines around corners. Crazy.
Good. Okay.
Not
Okay.
cool.
Okay. Well, listen. We'll figure. Okay, I was trying to do something nice. All right, dinner's almost ready. I didn't do anything when these timer for the pasta went off, but it did, so that should be good.
No, he doesn't. No, she doesn't stand it.
All right, that's pretty good. Free soft serve cone day at Dairy Queen today too. Yeah, it's the first day of spring. Happy spring, y'all. It's spring. Spring has sprung. Feral Terminator says, finally took a look at my cigarette savings account last week. I saved money into a second account automatically every week. So I had $3,500. That's amazing. Congratulations. That's huge. That's huge. That is fantastic. I really love that that's a thing that you're doing too. You're not just like, you're like, because that is motivating. I feel like that would be very motivating for me anyway. I would see that and be like, yeah, I'm doing good. Like, I'm doing good. A single year of savings. Jeez. And think about that. That's amazing. Like, you're doing great. Congratulations. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. I'm proud of you. That takes a lot. I'm proud of anyone who even tries to quit smoking. Even if you fail over and over and over, the fact that you try at all is like necessary. You gotta try. Okay. Pasta's drained. We're gonna take a quick words on stream break because Twitch is mandating it. We'll be back very shortly. When we come back, we're going to finish the pasta and I'll show you dinner. We're gonna show the baklava again. I'll show you the pistachio butter again, and we will cut the tart and try it. Okay? All right. So we got a lot to cover when we come out of this one. We'll be right back. Here comes Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad if you're watching on Twitch. Thank you for your patience if you're watching on Twitch. By the way, I appreciate you. We'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials
All
I
right,
Hate.
while we're waiting, I am going to continue to file the dishes from the sink. Clean up. Everybody, everywhere. I'm gonna put the chicken as I'm cleaning. I'm gonna put the chicken in the pot because that's where it's gonna go. So I can take this to the sink. Let's take the pasta. Take the pasta. We'll put that on the counter here. Add that in a moment. Add my pasta water here. And then we're going to clean these few dishes that are in the sinks currently while we're waiting for that. So, almost there. Almost there. This round is looking good, y'all. Good job. One more. One more. Who wants it? Who wants it? It's a 4-letter word. Me, coming from you. Friend is a 4-letter word. Congrats. One more. One more. I'm putting dishes away now. I just put my tart pan away. Now, listen to me go. Not only did I wash the damn thing, it dried, and I'm putting it away. Oh my gosh. Can you even imagine the efficiency? You don't need to imagine. It's reality. All right. Now, just do these last couple dishes here in the sink, and they'll be caught up. Caught up. Actually, that's not true. I will not be caught up. Gwen just brought home 6 mugs from her desk at work, so I can't. Those were unanticipated dishes. I'm glad they're back. And there's a lot of them. But to me, coming from you, friend is a 4-letter word. That's a song by the band Cake. It's called Friend is a 4-letter word. If you were watching an advertisement on the Twitch app, thank you for your patience. You've returned to the broadcast. We are finishing up a game of words on stream as I finish up the dishes in my sink. We'll be back momentarily to finish up the broadcast and look at what we accomplished today. It was quite a bit. And we're not quite done yet. We got the pasta left to make and put together. Last guesses for words on the stream today. Get them in if you can. Get them in if you're guessing. Get them in. All right. Very good. Very good. All right. I did it. There's one dish in the sink. It is soaking. It is soaking. Because it needs to soak. The one I had the chicken in. But we're caught up. I'm literally caught up on the dishes. There's one dish that's soaking in the sink. And then, sorry, I said 6 mugs. It's only 5. There were 5 mugs. They will probably go in the dishwasher though. Yeah. Hopefully. Okay. Last things here. I need to get my pasta together. So we're going to do that over here on the counter because this is just going to be combined off heat. Doesn't need to be heated. But I put my chicken in the pot, right? We are going to put our pasta in the pot. We're going to take the pesto and put that in here. Not all of it, but a good bit of it. Let's mix this in. Hey, for alternative, thank you. On the media share channel in the Discord. Link is in chat if you want. All right. This looks wonderful. Broccoli, it's all right. We did good. Folks did good. We got a good like a good bit of stuff done. A good bit of the words. Not all of them, but a decent amount. Okay, I am gonna turn this back on the stove for just a second because I want to add a little bit of the pasta water to it and turn it on. So come on over to the stove here for just a moment. This is our oh, weird, it's a wrong angle. My brain hurts looking at the way that was. There it goes. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the burner on here a little bit. I'm gonna add some of that pasta water in here, maybe like half a cup or so, and turn that up and mix so that this gets a little glossy and more sauce-like. Right now it feels like it's not quite sauce-like, so we're gonna added some water to that. I'm gonna add a little bit more of the pesto. Great. And I have a little bit of pesto left over that I'm not going to add to this. We'll just put that in the fridge. Yeah, beautiful. I'm going to add just a little bit more water and stir. I could add a little pistachio butter. It's true. Broccoli, did you end up finding something? Did you end up with what you need, or are you still on the hunt? All right, that is finished. I now am going to take the rest of this pesto and we'll put it in a little container here in the before we move forward. I'm going to add this. There we go. All right. Let's add this. Put this in a little container. I love this. If I don't use this within a few days, I'll put this into ice cube trays and freeze it so I can use it. This is good to add to sauces. So you don't need to have like a meal based off the pesto. Excuse me. It's great for like soup. If you want to add like a little flavor to your soup, you can add like a cube of pesto. It's found them on Amazon. Great. Great. Broccoli, I agree with you. Never bring a pan over to someone's house if it's like a good pan and you want to use it again. Because if it doesn't get eaten, if all of it doesn't get eaten, like what do you do with it?
You would know.
Okay. Well, we've done some good work today, y'all. Let me show you what we did. Angry Rock, hello. Could make a pesto pizza. That's true. Don't tempt me with a good time. All right. Let's bring this all back over here today.
If one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too.
All right. This doesn't need to be on a cooling rack anymore, nor does this. You can put the cooling rack away. And here's the sum total of what we made today. Callie, you want to look, or are you in conversing? Here's what we made today. This is a pecan tart. This has very much like a pecan pie. We made the crust by hand. We made the tart.
Chest.
I am going to cut this today. Yes. This is baklava.
Oh.
Baklava looks beautiful. It has a nice little cross section to it. When I first poured this in here, you could see it was like liquidy in the bottom of the pan. That has now just started to sink in. So the baklava was great. We're not going to try this today because it needs to rest for a little while longer. So baklava. We made pistachio butter.
Yeah, I want to taste test it.
This first, I don't know. My
Here.
pizza water friend was trying.
Try that. Here, take it with your hand. There you go. Hold that. You hold. That's pistachio butter. Yeah, just put it in your mouth. And you can eat the rest of it off the spoon with your, whatever. We also made pesto. This is a pistachio pesto. And that we put on pasta, which is dinner tonight. This is pistachio pesto on top of pasta with chicken. So that's what we did today. That was stream. That was it. Lots of work today. Lots of pistachios. Of that 4.5 pound bag of pistachios, I have this much left, which is maybe a pound. So we used a lot. Let me cut this tart though, because this is the one where we can eat today. So I'll cut this and we'll give, I'll show you the cross section and we'll try it. You want to try it? Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Do I put this in nothing?
Yeah, just toss it in the sink. Okay, we're gonna cut this into half right now, just straight away. I'm gonna cut it in half, and then we'll cut those halves into small slivers. I'm gonna cut these halves. So I'm gonna cut 3 pieces out of each of these because this feels very rich. We'll see. Sharp. Okay. If I give you a piece of this now, do you promise to eat some pasta? Okay. Okay.
Of course.
Okay. Okay.
It's pasta.
Here, try that. Get a fork and try that.
What's in it?
Okay, this is not pecans, they're pistachios.
Go ahead.
No, this is a pistachio tart. So inside of the pistachio tart is sugar, eggs, butter, vanilla, and pistachio. There's nothing else in here. And see what I was saying about the inside, how it kind of, it like if you don't get far enough down on the inside here, it can sort of, let's see if there's a better, one of these sides has it better. Yeah, this one right on the inside here looks real good. How it's like a right angle. If you don't press this in, right, it doesn't work as well. But this is the tart.
In school, we were learning about angles, and I should right angle for you.
Oh yeah, okay.
JK.
All right,
No,
let's try it.
I'm not kidding. That's really good.
That is really good. Mm-hmm. That is really good. You don't even need a fork, you just kind of pick it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
That's tasty.
Young woman there and a young guy.
It probably would be good with whipped cream, but we don't have any anymore. Oh, I got a new one. Ooh.
That was it?
That's it? Okay.
That was it. That was all the whipped cream we have left. Mmm. Yeah, that's really good. Mmm. This is very much like pecan pie. It's like the same sort of, but it's not as thick. Pecan pie is like thick. This is this is more subtle. Yeah, uncommon. It's a similar technique as pecan pie. You don't heat the sugar in advance, like you don't boil anything. You just mix it in. But the sort of like thick sugar with chopped nuts in it, that sort of like mix, the filling mix, very similar. Feels the same. Baker, I know, right? Yeah, we've cut down on like the random crap. It's only bad when they're all open at the same time.
Ew. Ew.
And you're like, who the hell opened all these?
Don't blame me.
I blame you. Okay. Wow, that was tasty. That was very, very good. Okay. Most of the time.
I went out. Because of the spine,
Most of the time. Just put that anywhere.
What?
I was just being glib. I said just put that anywhere because you dropped it on the floor. All right. Pasta time. This is this is a bowl of pasta. This is our dinner tonight. It is pasta with pistachio pesto. The pesto has basil and parsley, chives, pistachios, garlic, parmesan, lemon juice, olive oil, pistachio oil, salt, and pepper. And there it is. There it is. Dinner.
You've been getting a lot of pistachios ever since you knew you could eat some.
It's true. I have been eating a lot of pistachios ever since I knew I could eat them. And this is the first time I've cooked with them. Like ever. I've never cooked with pistachios. So, a very different experience. It's not unlike cooking with other nuts. Okay, that's really fantastic. Mmm.
Can I try some? Like on stream?
You want to try some? How about I just give you a bowl of dinner right now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
like fine. You know, that place that's a couple of blocks.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Good? Okay. Get a fork and give it a shot. Broccoli, I love the dog clearing, the deer clearing duties. That is a country dog. Daisy clears the raccoons off of our patio if needed. But I usually don't like her doing that because
They're cool.
well, they're sharp and they attack. She's not that good. She's not that bright. You like?
Yes, I love the pesto.
Positive review. I'll always take a positive review.
10 stars out of 5.
10 stars out of 5?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
I know.
Well,
You have done the impossible.
I'm glad you like it. This is good. This is a really good pesto. I I love a pesto that has cheese in it, like a reasonable amount of cheese. And the Parmesan here is perfect. Kind of perfect for that. Okay, let's see. We're going to be live again next week. We'll be live, I believe, on Tuesday. Let's check. Next day, Tuesday, dinner time. I have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on the calendar next week. Okay, that's going to end up probably being just Tuesday and Thursday, if I'm guessing. It might end up be Wednesday, but I'm not sure. Regardless, we're definitely going to be live Tuesday and Thursday next week. Today we're going to raid a special friend of stream. We're going to raid a date night in. A date night in is Kyle. Kyle does variety games, but I knew Kyle back a couple years ago. It was one of like the first places I subbed ever on Twitch. It is her 1-year partner anniversary today, and she is back in the kitchen with a 12-hour stream. Is on minute 53 of a 12-hour stream, so we know she's going to be live for a while. And Kyle's doing some cooking, which is why I followed her in the first place. So okay, we'll see you, Callie. Are you going to take that to the table? What is your plan? Okay. Okay, awesome. We are going to go visit a date night in. We're going to start that raid momentarily.
Adieu.
Adieu to you and you and you. Okay. We're going to start that raid. Here comes some raid messages in chat. Goodbye. Thank you, SoFluff. I appreciate you. We're going to post those one more time. Here they go. Here's one raid message. Here's another raid message. Here are some social media links that you can use to follow along elsewhere on the internet. YouTube is the place that is the most valuable for your eyeballs to be if it's not on Twitch. I appreciate you subscribing on YouTube if you have capacity to do so. And yeah, other networks, Blue Sky, I post on there a lot. If you want to hear me like yell at politicians, that's the place to do it. Discord is the best place to DM me if you are interested in chatting more directly offline. And Instagram, I have not logged into in like 3 months, so good luck. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate it. This was super fun. Super fun. We made baklava. We made a tart. We made pesto. We made pistachio butter. And we made dinner. Look at all that. Amazing. Hope everyone has a really fantastic weekend. We'll be back live again on Tuesday. Tuesday, again, will probably be a little earlier in the day, maybe around 1 p.m. But if I don't catch you then, I'll probably catch you in chat. I'll see you later.